And we're live. Location. There we go. Howdy, Akko. Good to see ya. Errol, Meeple, welcome, welcome. Sorry, I'm gonna run the ads, I guess, and send you to purgatory for a moment. Hey, C8. Alrighty. I think we're good to go. Water is all full. That's ready to roll. Get OBS open. All right. Unplanned stream, but I'm happy to be here nonetheless. How's it going, folks? Good to see ya. Technically, you know, planned, then unplanned, and then unplanned again. We're locking in today. We're starting early and we're going long. If we gotta. I was gonna wait until next week to finish things up, but then Joe decided he wasn't streaming today, and I figured, well, I didn't want to stream today because I didn't want to, you know, double stream basically the same game. Because I knew that would be really bad for viewership, and also there were a lot of people who probably wanted to watch both at the same time. So instead of making people choose, I was going to wait. But then Joe decided he didn't want people to choose either. Hey, Jelly, I've been blasting Creed and Nickelback for the past hour to get into a good headspace for McGarvey. Oh, lovely, lovely. I'm sure it'll all be worth your diligent effort, I suppose. I love the Sheep Wave. Very, very, very cute emote. Mousefear does a great job. I gotta commission them sometime. I gotta make some more emotes of my own, honestly. Let me make sure I have the slop book at hand. There we go. I'm realizing I don't remember what page we were on, but I think I'll figure it out. Do you always do pre-roll ads at the beginning? I do, yes. Just to get them out of the way for the first hour. I also run them during breaks. So, just being efficient about it, as it were. A lot of this is usually preamble and the like anyway. But, yeah, we're here at what should be the end of the Great Ace Attorney 1. After which I'm going to take a short little break so that I can finish working on my start break screens and overlay, which are coming along rather well. I got a really fun concept for them that I hope the folks are going to like. It's going to take some bit. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it in a week, but I'll figure it out. I'd like to get it done sooner rather than later, because I really want to show off the stream music that we got commissioned by Teef. I'm very, very, very excited for you all to hear that. Just got to actually, you know, get down to brass tacks with a lot of stuff. We'll see what I can do in a week. Shouldn't be too difficult. I tend to keep the scope of things manageable. Or at least I manage the scope of whatever I decide to do to myself. And then after this, what are we doing after Greatest Attorney? Did I lock it in yet? What are we doing? Is it No Straight Roads? It is No Straight Roads. And then Golden Idol. Ooh. Year's moving fast, ain't it, folks? Man. I'm a Chronic sharer, so I just wanted to say hello and look forward to yet another wonderfully voiced stream. Well, as a fellow Chronic sharer, I'm happy to share this stream with you, my friend. Welcome, welcome, Eric. No Straight Roads, perfect for Pride Month. You know what? Maybe I should look through the list and see if there are particularly prideful games that we could be playing. Let's see what we've got on the docket, as it were. Let's see. I don't think I have anything that's particularly gay in there. Doesn't look like it. No Straight Roads seems to be the closest one we've got, as it were. Oh, I can start knocking some of this stuff off the list, though. That's good. Yes, you do. I forgot. Oh, right. Oh, sorry. I'll get you on the next one, Merrick. I'll mercy kill you next time around. The Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve. Can I interest you in playing Formless Star, which was made by a transgender woman? I think you could, yeah. I think we have that as a like a micro game redeem. Yeah, Formless Star / Franken RPG. We could do both of those, yeah. I can lock those in. Paradise Killer has some minor representation. Is Paradise Killer on the list? It is on the list, 11.5. Thank you, Merrick, for the slop redeem. Let me find my, I think we're on page 40, chapter 8. Let's see, chapter 8. Very well, fresh brewed coffee. I like the smell. Yeah, okay, here we were. We only got 4 pages last stream, by the way. So you guys missed out on a slop redeem last stream. No one wanted to read that 5th and final page, I suppose. We got 3 slop redeems so far, though. Thank you, Merrick, Larea, and Topi. Let's get to it, then. By the way, you still have Outer Worlds 2 and Contradiction on your ongoing games list. Yeah, I forget to update that one rather frequently. I'll be sure to do that after stream. Had panicked and walked away, possibly hitching a ride with someone, but there was nothing else. The company got involved because you were an employee training for Black Ops, Otto said. I pulled that file, plus what the Garden City cops and Kansas Highway Patrol had, but it wasn't much. Your parents had dinner at a Mexican restaurant in town, and the accident happened when they were headed back to the ranch. They had a couple of drinks, but their blood alcohol numbers were within the limits. They weren't drunk. McGarvey nodded. But there were a couple of other things that caught my attention. They came well after the accident. You might not have been told. The first was that there was no physical evidence in the SUV. No fingerprints inside or outside were in the Bureau's database. No fingerprints whatsoever on the driver's side door. Key still in the ignition, nor on the steering wheel. That side had been wiped clean. Either that or the driver wore gloves. I knew some of it. The between-the-lines implication, at least from my perspective, was that your parents were murdered by professionals. There was no Overwatch 2? Did I say Overwatch? Oh my god. That would be even worse. An Overwatch stream would be crazy. I would do nothing but bitch about the character designs the entire time. Howdy, Bluesy Star. I love the Data Dance emote. That's such a good one. Let's see. Why? They made a significant breakthrough at Los Alamos, something that eventually led to our countermeasures to the Russian laser pulse anti-satellite weapons. It's possible they were killed to stop the development. If it was the Russians, they were too late. Yeah, and it was hushed up at that time because it was thought if the Russians had ordered the hit, we wanted them to believe they succeeded in stopping the project. My control officer lied to me, McGarvey said. He knew that you would have moved heaven and earth to find their killers, which would have blown the whistle on the project. Better serve the interests of the nation, McGarvey said. The 8 words had covered a multitude of sins over the years, and were still being used today. 2 pages left. I gotta say, by the way, I think this is the first McGarvey book. What with it being called McGarvey and all? What are the odds that of all the books I could find in this, like, 20-book slop series, that I find the first one? What are the odds of that? That's crazy. That's unbelievably lucky. We could have been in media res here. It's fate, or some say fate. I see. 1 in 20. No one's buying the sequels, man. Oh my god. Jelly rolled a nat 20 and apparently got a nat 1. Goddamn. I'm wondering, would it be funnier if we jumped in the middle of the series? The odds. What are you reading, by the way? I'm reading McGarvey by David Hagberg. It is a Tom Clancy slop espionage action novel that I found in a Taco Bell drive-thru. It called out to me like the Green Goblin mask, and I was forced to park my car and go pick it up from the side of the road and take it home with me. Omochikairi, as it were. TBH, usually the first one sells much better than the rest, especially not for series that aren't that popular. It's very rare you find sequel books among used books, unless it's Harry Potter, but even Game of Thrones Dance of Dragons is a rare find, while Game of Thrones itself is everywhere. So basically it was free trash corn. That it was, and now I'm charging you 2,500 trash corn for me to read a page of it. The title does not sound very how to me, Jelly. Not gonna lie. How Janai? I'm super tempted because I love the slop reading sessions, but I know this is going to be a long-ass stream, so I don't want to add on to it for you. I mean, there's only 5 redeems now. I've gotten it down to a manageable 5 pages per stream, you know? Maybe if we get through it, if we get all the way through Ace Attorney, it doesn't take us 6 hours, I'll read more McGarvey. How's that sound, huh? Maybe if we finish early, I'll read more McGarvey. Errol, if you don't punish bad behavior, it'll never improve. Anyway, where were we? Right. 3 pages left. Thank you, Errol, for another slop redeem. 1 page remains for the redeems today. Nothing's on my radar for now. Meaning, you want to take a run at this, Lou and I will help out. And I already checked on a couple of the details. As it turns out, Bob Ware is retired and is living in Sarasota. You guys are practically neighbors. I didn't know. Neither did I until yesterday. What about someone down at Los Alamos who might have worked with my parents? McGarvey asked. But he really didn't know why, because if he went through that door, it would be like opening an old, very deep wound. Thank you, Kofi Con Leche, the 5th and final slop redeem of the stream. Slop it in, folks. No one on the project. Anyway, none of them that would talk to you. How about someone at the DOE? Same thing. The satellite defense system is buried deep. We're not supposed to know anything about it. McGarvey had another thought. If they were murdered, whoever did it wanted to stop their project. The Russians. But if that was the case, someone was working deep cover at the lab. Someone close enough to understand what was being done. It's been nearly 30 years, so we might not come up with anything. Something from his last op came to McGarvey. The one in which Pete had been taken and had been traded to a Russian SVR. He had a face-to-face with Putin, who was in a power struggle with the head of the spy agency. It was something the Russian president had said during their brief conversation. A Russian nuclear warhead was supposedly missing, and Putin had asked for McGarvey's help in finding it. He said that they were kindred spirits in many respects. He had been an officer in the KGB as Mac was in the CIA. We were adversaries, Putin said. Still are, McGarvey had countered. 27 books, and how are they getting 4+ stars on Goodreads? I'm just imagining the kind of person who would seek this book out. Like, under what circumstances are you reading this instead of just Tom Clancy? Right? Jelly, they're all 4+ except the first one? Okay, is it higher or lower than 4 stars? Is this the worst one or the best one? Then it's all downhill from here. Anyway, 3 pages left. Yevgeny Zimin, who had retired from the KGB 17 years ago as a full colonel, finished dressing in his uniform and was about to leave his upscale apartment in Moscow's Tony Klovniki district when his telephone rang. It was still 15 minutes before noon, and the Rossiya Club, where every Friday he met some fellow retired intelligence officer, was just round the block. He answered the phone. Huh? Colonel Zimin. This is he. Who the hell are you? I'm calling for General Raskopov. He wishes to speak with you immediately. Anatoly Raskopov, who had just returned from leading Russian operations in Syria, had been appointed by President Putin to head the SVR, a position that often was held by a civilian. Zimin was impressed. Put him on. He wants you in his office. A car is waiting in front of your building. I'm having lunch with friends. Now, Colonel, the secretary said, and he was gone. Fuck, Zimin said, putting the phone down. He was impressed, but being called to meet a man so high up in the food chain was also intimidating. He couldn't imagine what the head of the entire fucking SVR would want with him. Fuck, he said again. Twice, because he's really serious and manly. He checked his appearance in the hall mirror, something his wife of 40 years had done for him until she died of cancer 2 years ago. She'd been a patient woman who nevertheless spent sleepless nights when 2 pages remained. He was off somewhere on assignment. He never told her what he did, nor had she ever asked. It had been for the best. Trying to explain the necessity of what was called mocriadella, or wet work, with a spilling of blood, assassinations, to a naive girl from the sticks would have been more than upsetting. The car outside was a black Mercedes Maybach. The driver held to the rear door, and when Zimin was settled in, they headed south, away from the city center, crossing both ring roads until they were out in the heavily wooded Yasenevo district, where the SVR's sprawling complex, with an impressive skyscraper all its own, was located. In fact, the headquarters compound was sometimes known as Kontora, the office, or more often as Les, the forest. They pulled into an underground VIP parking lot where a young woman in a dark business suit waited at an open elevator door as Zeman got out of the car. He thought that she was very attractive. Full stop, period. That's where the thought ends. "If you'll come with me, Colonel, the General is most anxious to speak with you," she said. "About what?" She smiled. "I couldn't say. I'm just an escort." Zeman nearly laughed out loud. The word meant something different in English. Get it? Because she's attractive, and she said that she's an escort. But escort also, it's in English, it's also a word for prostitute. Get it? Right? I'm not realizing I'm not used to Putin being referred to as President Putin. Commentators do not respect his title. Thank you, McGarvey, for putting some respect on Vladimir Putin's name, I guess. Whew, overslept, but back in time for Garvey slap. You know it, Brooch. Let's see. I'm getting big flashbacks to when a friend recommended a Jeffrey Archer to me, and it was one of the worst books I'd ever read to that point. Do you think the Goodreads is getting astroturfed by Russians? It's possible. Let's see. Upstairs, the top floor was quiet. No sounds of phones ringing or computers bleeding, not even muted conversations. Zeman was shown into the palatial inner office of the director of the SVR. The general, standing behind his desk as he talked to someone on the phone, was a tall, slender man, his build un-Russian, but his manner brisk and to the point. He had no face. "Yes, Mr. President, he's here now," Reskopov said. And he hung up. Zeman came to attention and saluted. The general did not return the salute. "I'm reactivating you with the rank of Brigadier General, only for the pay grade, no uniform. Sir, I'm retired. No longer. The names John and Lily McGarvey mean anything to you?" Zeman nodded. He and Klimov, who ironically had died in a car crash a few years previous, last page, had been given the Order of Lenin for killing them. Because of you, the work they were involved with was delayed nearly 2 years, giving our scientists time to come up with a countermeasure, a thing that, to this day, the Americans are apparently unaware of. All these years, they have believed that they were safe from a nuclear strike. Yes, sir. Quite possibly that may be coming to an end, and your country once again needs your help. Zeman was flattered, but he'd enjoyed his retirement, or at least that's what he'd been telling himself all along. Yet once a week, he put on his uniform and met with his friends at the Rossiya, where they'd rehash some of their old operations. Am I being asked to go to Syria? You're not being asked anything. You're being ordered, but not to Syria. You're to lead a small team on an operation in the U.S., the general said. How's your English? He asked in English. Passable, Zeman answered in kind. I've been told I sound as if I am from London or one of the former colonies. Reskopov picked up the phone. Has Captain Lukashin arrived? Zeman couldn't imagine what would be expected of him, and he was certain that he'd rather be going to Syria than back to the States. Good, the general said, and he hung up. Come with me, General. Zeman followed him through a connecting door into a small conference room at the end of the table seating for 6. A small, wiry man with dark hair and a swarthy complexion was seated next to the escort from the parking garage. Like the woman, the man was wearing an American-cut business suit, the tie properly knotted. He was dressed like a banker, but he looked more like a used car salesman. This is General Yevgeny Zeman, the man I briefed you on, Reskopov said. I've temporarily assigned him to Directorate KR for the operation that has been codenamed Follow Up. Directorate KR was the SVR's external counterintelligence division. The man and the woman got to their feet and started to salute, but that's all for now. Thank you for the 111 bits, Errol. I started laughing maniacally every time a real-life major political or cultural figure gets name-dropped in this book. You couldn't get a live reading of McGarvey engaging in a Chloe Price backtalk session with Vladimir Putin on just any old stream. I felt like it feels like fate that this book came into my life, you know? I had to do something with it. I couldn't let it just sit there. And what am I gonna do, read it on my own time? Absolutely not. You can tell these men are evil by how they're slender and wiry and not burly and strong. That's true. Except for Zimin, who I think is burly and strong. He's like a foil to McGarvey. He's like an evil McGarvey. Exactly the same as him, but Russian. And also he killed his parents. Anyway, speaking of Russians who are heavily involved in the political upheaval of nations they don't belong to, back to the great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Oh gee, what a segue. Thank you. Thank you. Imagine I'm bowing. Thank you. The Old Bailey. Defendant's Antechamber. Random thought, but I realized the date 666 date is coming up this Saturday. My god, it's my rival, Yevrog CM. What is that? Ah, Gina, how are you holding up? I'm starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders now. McGarvey? Oh, I see. Just backwards. Right.
Ginny, are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything?
What's the point, eh? Why go all this trouble and fight so hard for the likes of me?
What?
Well, you saw it. The picture. That picture.
What picture?
Ah, you mean this? The photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder.
Oh, I love this scene. Oh, interesting. I didn't know Peak Cinema was on the menu today. You're not so different, you and I, McGarvey. Said to him by Vladimir fucking Putin, by the way. It's fucking crazy. Just as a side note, his wife got kidnapped, so he had to be a double agent for Vladimir Putin. Oh my god. Wait, what? Oh yeah, no, it was randomly mentioned in the introduction chapter that like he'd been in a bunch of different ops and like in Paris or some shit, his wife got kidnapped, and in exchange he had to work for Vladimir Putin for a little bit or something. He was so locked into being on her side that he straight up memory holed the photograph OG Gina pointing a gun at the victim. Anything new about the case? No, we just got back into it. We have not gotten any new developments yet. Welcome, Flora. Good to see you. Sorry, I feel like I had like a hiccup just on the cusp there.
Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like that, that's for sure.
Hey, Alduin, good to see you. Also, everyone say hi to Ruby.
It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that's gonna think I did it, ain't they?
Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court.
Surely you've got to have your doubts about me now. Can't still think I'm innocent.
Of course I can.
Ginny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night.
Eh?
Bruno's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear it from you.
Alright, then. It was after we'd had that dinner together at your place, right, Iris? And we all had a chat up in your office, didn't we?
Yes, I remember.
After that, I just couldn't get to sleep. So I sit that and went down the street to the 2-to-1, to Winterbank's place. I had to know
if Iris's story was there or not. The Hound of the Baskervilles.
I don't know what it's about or nothing, but if you ask me, there's something in it that Shums don't like. Something what he don't want people reading. So that's why he lied about Iris and sticking it in lug with Winterbank for safekeeping. At least, that's what I thought at the time. So, you broke into Winterbank's? I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea if all that was going to kick off, did I? I struck the lock and stuck inside. It was dark as you like in there. So I gave the oil lamp on the counter a bit of wick. And that's when...
What do you think you're doing here?
Is it him? I nearly died, I did. And next thing I knew... I grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving it in the air like... I don't know what.
The girl who was in here this afternoon, I didn't think pickpockets went in for armed robbery.
The mantle script. Have you got it here?
Sholmes leave a load.
Did Sholmes leave a load of papers with you? A story?
I beg your pardon?
A hound of the... something or other. If it's here, I want to see it.
I'm sorry, young lady. I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers.
I don't want it. What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see it's here, that's all.
Oh, you want to see it, do you?
I want to know if Sholmes really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go.
Oh, very well then. For pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you?
Interesting. It's on the old cove up in the storeroom door, and we all both went inside. And it was there, all right. Mantle script. Sholmes weren't lying after all.
You did all that just to check for me, Ginny?
I have a PBSD. I actually expected Jelly to start cackling at that. No, please. We're very mature here on the Jelly channel. Thank you very much. Pegging is a very serious matter. Thank you.
Anyway, then there were a bit of kick-up out in the main bit of the shop. The Skulkin brothers arriving on the scene, yes. What was that noise? Someone's breaking in!
Damn me. Some burglars convention here tonight that I don't know about.
I think I forgot to shut the door behind me. Sorry.
I'd better go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back?
Oh, well, I'll come with you and...
Now, don't be foolish, young girl. Must stay right here. Leave this room under any circumstances.
And with that, he took the gun out of my hands and walked back out into the shop.
Love how chill Winterbank is off the clock, kind of doubt. Yeah, it's very, very endearing.
I hung back in the storeroom, like he said, straining my ears in the dark to hear what was going on. It sounded like they got into a bit of a scrap. I started to think I should help, see? So I was just about to go out to the storeroom myself when... I heard a couple of shots go off. Two, I think. Almost at the same time. And then there he was, right at my feet, lying face down on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it as quick as you like.
Because you thought whoever had shot Mr. Winterbank might come for you.
Yeah, so I went to grab the old cove's gun. I figured I'd put up a fight at least. But when I got a better look at him, I knew. Winterbank was a goner. Felt funny in me head all of a sudden. Kind of dizzy. And after that, I don't remember nothing.
That must be when you passed out, Gina.
If I hadn't done what I'd done, the old cove might still be alive.
Did you tell the police everything you just told us?
Of course I did. They didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was, if I kept telling lies, it'd make things even worse for me.
It'll be all right, Ginny. Don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. Bruno's about to put the real culprit through the mill.
cove that was there in the afternoon. That egg Benedict. Still remember how he looked at me. Like I was nothing. Oh, wrong one. He was there that night.
I don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. His name is Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty.
You what?
You can leave it all in Runo's capable hands now, Ginny.
Mr. Narado.
Yes?
How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and McGilded, I told you a whole pack of lies. And you got the bog trot off with him, even though he was a killer.
No, I could never forget that.
Oh.
I did what I thought was best at the time. But the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what.
But what if I'm lying? You could be working to get another killer off the hook for all you know.
I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial. Jelly highlights video, but it's just all the McGarvey sections stitched together. Moa, get to work, Clippers. Get to work. We'll have the full audiobook assembled in no time.
You were?
Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure that no one would believe me. I was sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who'd done it.
Oh, Runo.
There was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me, and was prepared to defend me. My best friend. Ryunosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest. I'm so happy I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious. He had an absolute, unwavering belief in me. Shared boy custody. And in turn, developed an absolute, unwavering belief in him. Since then, I came to realize you want someone to believe in you. You have to believe in the other person first.
What are you saying?
I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down.
Even though I'm a diver and a no-good liar.
You're not like McGilded. I know that.
Huh? That's right. You're our friend, Ginny.
Iris.
We know you better than you think. And we've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust.
Yes,
That's really all we need to know.
exactly.
Mr. Narado, I...
Defendant Gina Lestrade and her legal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head into the courtroom immediately.
Yes, of course. Thank you. It's a very, very, very sweet scene. I've been both a defendant and the defending lawyer in my time. So I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. This is it at last. Final chapter. Final battle. Wish me luck, Susada-san. And I hope you're watching over me too, partner. That's a good scene right there. I like that a lot. I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Van Zeeks, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness?
The subpoena was delivered to the communications station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem.
I see. Errol, yeah, I'll allow people to say I'll kill you in my chat. I think that works for me. I think that's perfectly fine language. That's acceptable language here in the Jelly Channel. Threats upon someone's life.
I see. Then let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's precious of the case heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector.
Yes, I can only apologize, my lord.
And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom.
It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. A very big mistake.
My lord, subpoenaed witness has just arrived in the building.
Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay.
Mr. Eggert Benedict. Didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon. Certainly not like this. Oh my, on trial with these? Oh my god!
Thank you for complying with the court's subpoena on such short notice, sir.
But of course, my lord, as an upstanding member of London society, it is my pleasure to oblige.
Now, kindly state your name and occupation for the record.
Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer.
Graydon and I both work at London's Central Communications Station.
Now, perhaps someone would kindly explain what all this is about?
You were apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume.
Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at the pawnbrokers on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question.
That is the accusation indeed.
This really is beyond a joke, you know.
Very well. Without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusations made against you under oath, would you?
I don't know what to do there. Gladly, my lord. Gladly. Why does he bust it down, though? The accusation. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. Are you seriously suggesting that I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation, even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some Scaramouche detective's homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. Scaramouche is a fantastic word. It's not a slur. I know that one for sure.
So, you deny the accusation completely, do you?
I must say, I am dismayed. The highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy.
It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld.
Then it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today.
By golly!
How long am I expected to be detained here?
If, following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately.
Good. Then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation, at least.
Let us not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, Counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination.
Showing up and immediately insulting the entire jury, what a move. I mean, you know, it's one of many moves he appears to do in the course of his conversation. This one, not a dance, however. So, we meet again, Mr. Eggert Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies. You are... Reinosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met. If you say so. Ashley Graydon, enchanté. So. Oh. Ah! I trust we can conclude this quickly. But I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do. Free hat. Nice. Right. The accusation. Oh, he actually did take his hat off. Hold on a minute. That feels important. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of some plundering service from time to time. Are you seriously suggesting that I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation. Even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene, let's press them on that one. Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Mr. Sholmes' chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. But I am not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be sure that the blood is mine? Could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholmes' chemical is able to differentiate between blood samples by... Spare me the science lesson! Who is this Sholmes character, anyway? Oh, I assumed all Londoners knew the name. He's a great... well, a renowned detective.
So even you are unable to bring yourself to say great detective.
A great detective, you say? Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we? Oh!
Excuse me!
Excuse me! You have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin?
What? Me?
No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you.
Right, I've had it up to here with this. How many times have I got to tell you?
Yes, I know. You're not big bruv sulky. Oh, he's doing a slam. Mr. Nash Skulkin.
Cool, blimey, Governor. You what?
Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? I don't know if we can credibly accuse him of that, Your Honor. Would you care to share that thought with the court?
Me thoughts? I don't have any. I don't have none of them. It must have been him. You what?
Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke?
Nothing, honest, Gov, nothing. I was just thinking that if he waves his arm around like that much more, it'll open up the wound again, that's all.
What wound?
Where he took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna be healed up yet. So I was, well, you know, I was worrying for him, and... Oh, well, spells.
Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? Oh, what? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. My lord?
Yes, Mr. Graydon.
I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Oh. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. I know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Oh.
Perhaps you'd allow the court official to examine your arm, sir? The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand, as if in pain? No, I refuse. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. The Perjury Brothers suddenly foiling your scheme because they are genuinely worried for you is extremely funny. They're just some honest to goodness baddies is all. They're just some good old baddies. As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all this. I never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense at the insinuation that I was in any way involved. You claim to have had nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Windibank's pawnbrokery. My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony. Very well, counsel. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon. Oh. Bottom line is, I never had anything to do with the pawnbroking establishment where the man was killed. I don't know if I present this, or... Well, I guess that would kind of be the only thing to present, wouldn't it be? Oh, yeah, the music disc.
Objection!
Objection! Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why is Mr. Graydon here now? Because he did it and we got his ass? Why? Is it supposed to mean something? This disc was, until the day of his murder, a pawn in Mr. Windibank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course. Wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I have reiterated numerous times now, you're mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on the disc. Ah, yes. Resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps. That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. Slam. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of this smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also, in the form of a scratch. A record scratch, as it were. Good gracious! Indeed it must. Mr. Graydon, you refused to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc. Well. It would seem I underestimated you. What is the meaning of this? So you admit it now. You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant. His stance is so wide, oh my god. Order! Order! Well, Mr. Graydon? It would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? Please do it. It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn? What?
It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now.
As you wish. Though I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. There's a note on the disc saying, "For McGilded," but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling, on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article.
In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, sumari. I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. I love that Van Zieks isn't just playing defense for a guilty guy. Yeah, it's nice. It's always very fun at the end of an Ace Attorney game when you get to the final case, where the prosecution starts to not necessarily work with you, but like you start to work in tandem because you eventually realize you have the same goal.
Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGilded, you say? The famous London philanthropist who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder.
Squeaky chair, squeaky life. Yes, my lord. The one and the same.
Good lord! Mr. Graydon! Are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself were acquainted?
Yes, that's correct.
Good lord!
Oh no! Hey, Wally, good to see you, buddy.
Order! Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again.
Is he wearing a toupee? He is, in fact, wearing a toupee. According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. McGilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windibanks.
It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it?
In all likelihood, he's lying. I like when you start to work with Van Zieks after it is undeniably proved your defendant is innocent, but you pick the wrong dialogue option at the end so they go to prison anyway. It's peak. It's peak. It's just like the real justice system. So he appeared that afternoon at Windibanks in order to get his hands on McGilded's disc for some reason.
Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please.
Another disc saying for McGilded, but the item belongs to me. Redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling. Let's press on that one. So you're saying that Miss Lestrade lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag? That's right. Despite being mindful of danger when walking in the insalubrious areas of her kind frequent. Insalubrious is that is a $15 word right there. I kind of hate it, but it's also awesome. Salubrious is already a pompous word. Moving all the way to insalubrious is just bougie. Miss Lestrade did no such thing! Well, of course you would take that stance. But the girl is a regular offender. You came to the pawnbrokery that day prepared with all the information you needed to identify the defendant. You were looking for her. That's what brought you to Windibanks. To get your hands on Mr. McGilded's disc.
My learned friend is a veritable font of nonsense.
Nonsense?
I concur with the prosecution. Counsel, you will refrain from conjecturing in this way. Is that clear?
Did I miss a McGarvey reading by chance? Yes, we did all 5 at the start of stream. My apologies. I'm sorry. Did a great job with the vocabulary and the accents. Yeah, the localization is quite great. Is that clear? Yes, my lord. Then I will continue with my testimony for what possible use it can be. Sorry. A little congested today, I apologize. In order to explain my situation and redeem my article, in the end, of course, this was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. I feel like... one gentleman's overcoat. Let's press him on that, see what happens. But perhaps you'd seen something of value among the forfeited items. No, that's not it. Absolutely not. No, not at all. Oh.
A valuer was brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on the shelves was common or garden bric-a-brac.
In that case, it's clear. Anytime I see an absolute statement in Ace Attorney, I know that's the one. Yeah. They've got a good way of guiding you towards them, as it were. You broke into the shop later that day in order to recover McGilded's disc. Have you not been listening, man? Even if I wanted to recover the disc, you may recall that it had been seized by the police that afternoon. There was no more in the shop that night than I. As I keep saying, I simply had no reason to break in. So there was nothing of McGilded's left in the shop that night. Nothing this man might have been after. I wonder if that's really true.
Bruno, if you have some evidence, then let him have it. I'm dying to see that irritatingly assured expression of his crumble.
Okay, well, if they're telling me that, then I just need to present the slip. McGilded slipped the... okay, is it called a slip? Okay, it's a ticket. Gotcha. Cam here. Wait, why is this villainous twink on the bench? We're here to crack the egg. It is Pride Month, after all. We're gonna crack it like a normal person. We're not gonna drop it from a table onto a plate or something like that. We're just gonna find a flat, hard surface, and we're going to tap it so that it ruptures the membrane of the egg, and then just split it the rest of the way with our hands, like a normal person. If you use a flat surface to crack an egg, the membrane will keep all the shards intact. If you're getting chunks of eggshell in whatever you're cooking, it's because you're using a corner or a sharp surface. You don't use the edge of the bowl. That's how you break the membrane and get chunks of eggshell in whatever you're making. You use a flat surface so the membrane inside the egg keeps the eggshell intact. Just use a flat surface. It's that easy. It either doesn't break or splats, no in between. What chickens are laying those eggs? What chatters are breaking them? You know that cooking trick too? Yeah, it's pretty handy. You need just enough that you can, like, you know, use your hands to break it. What if I told you that I genuinely use my knuckles to crack eggs? I mean, if it works, it works. The real trick is to simply not eat eggs. True! You'd save a lot of money that way. And also, eggs are kind of gross a little bit. My brother looked at me crazy when he saw me do it once, and it just works. It just works. McGill had slipped the disc into his coat pocket and had it deposited at Mr. Windibank's. Then, when he realized he was going to be arrested on suspicion of the omnibus murder, he threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket.
There's no doubt about it. That witness is lying through his pearly white teeth.
Police were obviously after anything left behind by McGilded as well. That's why Inspector Gregson ended up taking the disc into custody that day. No, I mean when I tried dropping them. I tested the heights incrementally like a damn scientist and shit. Measuring in a single centimeter increment splattered the egg. I was so annoyed. Okay, well, Henry, is it possible that it was not so much the height, the change in elevation that cracked the egg, but perhaps repeated trauma from dropping the egg at a distance on the same side, and it just finally gave? Is that perhaps what may have cracked the case, as it were? No, I used new eggs. Interesting. Well, that sucks. This was across multiple days, to be clear. Okay, alright, well, I was not having a dozen eggs on my counter like a madman. Okay, gotcha. Well, sorry, Annie. Hope the scientific process was at least fun for you.
But Gregsy's being very strange about all this.
Must be a reason for that, I'm sure. I just don't know what it is. For now, I need to focus on exposing the fact that Mr. Graydon is lying in his testimony. This feels a little... No, I didn't mean to do that. There was a lot of egg consumption that week. I see. Hopefully you varied your methods at least.
Alright. This feels tenuous, but I'm gonna go for it.
Objection.
This disc was deposited at Windibanks on Magnus McGilded's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Objection!
Oh,
Conjecture again. And in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that night.
Objection.
oh. Sorry, my learned friend. But that's not true.
What?
Mr. McGilded had another article in Pawn at Windibanks, as this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. Huh. There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGilded in Windibanks pawnbrokery. And the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your 2 accomplices, the Skulkin brothers! This is the second ticket, is it?
What had the man deposited?
The article description reads, 1 small box. A rather vague description, it seems to be. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point. Hey, wait a minute. Indeed. The witness makes a solid argument.
So that means for some reason, this Graydon fellow needs the small box that very night, does it?
Objection!
Oh,
It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord.
could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zeeks?
I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible, which does appear to be the word of the day in today's trial. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Windibank's pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it.
What? Good gracious!
Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court, if you please. Yes, sir.
What prints?
These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras.
These red-handed recorders again.
As previously explained using this plan of the shop layout, the victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Windibank received his customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves on which articles were placed for sale once forfeited.
According to the information on this ticket, the gilded small box has been forfeited already. 2 days before the incident, at 9 PM on 13th April to be precise. Which means it would have been in the shelves of the forfeited items in the shop front. Now, what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's at 11 PM on 15th April. Howdy, Kaylee. Good to see ya. The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear. And then here we have another print. This one was taken about 2 hours after the incident. I see. So we have 2 pictures to compare. Though I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold. Well, we gotta just swap between them so we can see. It's stereoscope stuff again. Dear me, it's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard we considered theft as one possible motive in this case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. So your men have already compared these 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector?
Yes, sir.
They're counting every single item in each of these 2 photographic prints.
and y'all's conclusion is exactly the same number are present in both. In other words, Sumari, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy.
I don't believe it. If I could have just shown that he'd stolen McGilden's pawned box. He's doing his little dance. I might have been able to break him down at last.
You know what, Bruno? I've been thinking. I wonder if these two photographs really are exactly the same. Do you think maybe we could use a wondrous new invention that is allowed in court? Oh, I do so hope. Juror number 4, do you believe you have a device that could be of use to us?
Sorry, juror number 3.
What?
So, counsel, in the light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that in fact on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion?
Oh no. I wonder... Man, I wonder... What piece of evidence might I be able to present that seems to be completely unrelated to the case, but could be used in this very specific context to explain how something could be different between these two photographs? Maybe if I just cross my eyes and think really hard.
Use a piece of evidence. Before I give my answer, my lord, I'd like to try something if I may.
Try something? What do you mean, counsel?
I'll need to use a certain piece of evidence for the court record to identify the discrepancy. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Van Zeeks is pissed. He knows it's about to happen.
I'm not entirely sure I follow. Which piece of evidence do you intend to use to help you identify a discrepancy between the two prints?
This one.
Take that!
Take that! I'd like to use this device, my lord, to view the two prints stereoscopically.
Ooh! Yes! You've caught the bug at last! You can't resist now, can you? You've got the cross-eyed compulsion!
Juror number 3. What a surprise.
Come on, Bruno. Let's put the pictures in place and see what this wonderful contraption shows us.
If only Susato were here. She'd love this.
There we go. Now, look through the eyepiece.
Oh! I wasn't sure at first, but there's a clear discrepancy between these two prints.
What? You must identify the location in question for the court, counsel.
I feel like it's... You couldn't do this one automatically? You couldn't do this one automatically? What? Okay, alright, here, hold on. It solved it for you because you chose to use the stereoscope. Really? Wait, could I have presented something else? What else could I have presented? Or could I have just pointed out the discrepancy from the beginning? You can point it out directly? I see. Gotcha. If you're able to see stereoscopically, you can point it... Okay. No, that's what presenting is for. Otherwise, you can point it out. Gotcha. Okay. Very cool. I'm wondering if on the 3DS, they literally will just make this one piece of the photograph 3D in case you're unable to see stereoscopically. Because if so, that'd be fucking awesome. Like, does the 3D slider literally merge the two pictures together and then make it three-dimensional? I would really love to see if that's the case. I might replay this on my 3DS if I can do so. Did this ever release on the 3DS in America, or was this never released in America? Was this Japanese exclusive? I feel like it was Japanese exclusive. Never released in America? Damn. I think I can still get it, but damn.
Indicate the precise location of the discrepancy of which you speak.
I think it's there! Take that! Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them. What? When you view the two pictures stereoscopically, this extremely high-resolution little box. A single area stands out as being different. The location of this small box.
Let me... Wait! Unbelievable! By Jove, you're right! How extraordinary!
What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilded's small box was indeed not stolen from Windibanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves.
Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilded is in fact...
Yes! The very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints!
Objection! Mindless guesswork! What if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen. Which means quite simply that nothing has changed.
That may be true, but... Alright, Gilded's box wasn't stolen then, but what about the contents of the box? But doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? It changes everything! A box is made for containing something! Just like the coat had the music disc in it. I believe this changes everything about the case.
How can that possibly be?
Crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, Sumari, we have to consider what might have been inside that box.
What are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. The vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Windibanks as we speak.
Objection! Objection! That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial.
Oh?
The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zeeks. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination.
Oh shit. Getting a lot of use out of this pose in particular, feels like. The box is moved for an amazing reason. An amazing digital We
should have a report within a half hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing. I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zeeks. This is nothing but a smokescreen. A Nipponese specialty, it would seem.
What are you trying to say? Saw an ad for that in the movie theater. I thought it was just a YouTube series. It is a YouTube series. The final episode is releasing in theaters, which I think is awesome. I'm pretty sure it's sold out worldwide, if I'm not mistaken. Which is crazy.
My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. That this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilded's from the pawnbrokery.
Digital Circus, is that good? It's pretty good. I don't love it like everyone else seems to love it, but it's very, very good. Technically quite impressive. The animation is very fun and dynamic. Pretty good characters and storytelling. Depends if you like therapy.
Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place.
Exactly. It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property. Perhaps the sentimental value? Guess I like therapy, so what? I mean, it's like 30 minutes of an episode to watch. You got nothing to lose. I'm surprised to hear it might actually be good. I had pegged it for the cultural space of like Roblox or Five Nights at Freddy's. No, it's pretty solid. Glitch Productions puts out some genuinely good stuff. I mean, it's not like the fucking greatest thing I've ever seen, but you know, it's damn good for indie animation on YouTube. I'm glad they're doing really well. I hope this opens up a lot of opportunities for animation in the future. It's well executed at the very if nothing else, it is superbly animated. I can tell you that much at the bare minimum. They're doing a fantastic job making it look how it should. I mean, it costs nothing to go check it out. I think you should if you're interested. Its runaway success has put it in a really weird space critique-wise. Yeah. Knights of Guinevere is incredible from a character design analysis standpoint. Yeah. I also liked, what is it? Gameaverse recently as well. The ED is a real earworm for me, and I'm a big fan of the character designs in that. Whoa, shocker. Jelly likes black underbody suit sci-fi with segmented, colorful armor. That's crazy. No way. If you think the concept's okay, I think it's at least worth watching for an animation. Yeah. Same for Gameaverse. I didn't expect it to be popular enough that I actually saw porn of it on Blue Sky. I mean, it's definitely popular enough for that. That's for sure. Jelly likes cartoon with hot lady. Who would have thunk it? It's not that. It's not that. I like the character design. I don't like that angle very much. I'm not into it like that. For you, my For You feed is full of Gameaverse porn, and I have never interacted with it. Interesting. Noted. No, it's not the reason I'm teasing you. Well, fine, I guess. Fine. I don't have a blushy, crushy one. I meant to make one. By the time we get to Greatest Attorney 2, I'll make sure to have more expressions. I don't have a pout. I need one. I desperately need one. We do have a pout emote that I don't think ever gets used. People don't really use our emotes a lot. Oh well, I'll have to make some new ones. Maybe they'll be worth using. No, people use dancing a lot though. C8 made that one though. It's a banger. Where were we?
If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilded perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was the upstanding member of society his reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense.
Can't believe Mr. Dark Harem Pass doesn't have a blushy emote / I have a blushy emote, just not the model. Dancing is a banger. It's really great. Thank you again, C8, for that. And thank you, C8, for the new sub badges, which I'm still in love with. I like the emotes, but I got gift subs everywhere except Jelly. Imagine the damn you Uther emote here. That's a good one. I'm surprised that one's still stuck around. The articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets, and a small box. Upsetty Spaghetti Jelly voice comes out a little boo-boo for me. Let me... So there we go. Now you can see him properly. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. So why'd you come get the first one then?
No, that does rather make a lot of sense.
What is it? I can't tell. I instinctively reach for JC bitches on Discord, and it saddens me endlessly that it does not exist anymore. I'll add it back after stream. Thank you, Birch, for the gift sub to Erolfos. Greatly appreciated. Thank you. Has the doctor been relevant yet? Yes, he has been relevant. He's the surgeon who worked on Sholmes' surgery.
Damn you, Brooch! The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument, to explain what possible significance these commonplace articles, pawned by this fine citizen, could have. Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any way tangibly related to this case?
Well,
What's the matter, Runo? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence.
yes, of course. You and I both know that. We know Mr. McGilded's true character, and we know the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. Do you think they clean the lamp or replace it after every case with Ben Zeeks on the stands? They probably have to replace it, yeah. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that McGilded's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information.
Oh no!
And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury.
But Ginny,
Could it be that Van Zeeks knows? Does he know? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything? He knew!
but maybe this could be a great opportunity for us.
Sorry? What do you mean, Iris?
Well, what is it that you always say, Runo?
Sorry, that one's just for me. That one's just for me. All he ever says is and Gomen Umfchan. Gomen Umfchan. Get all three of his catchphrases sequentially.
Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time.
I think he's a little smug on that one. Alright. The exact significance of the things that McGilded deposited with Mr. Windibank is something that only Gina can explain to the court. If I put her on the stand to testify about that, it would critically damage our chances of winning this case. What's the right thing to do here? Have Gina testify. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal.
Oh? What proposal, counsel?
While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilded's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand.
The defendant? To what end?
It's to do with the various articles deposited at Windibanks by Mr. McGilded, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all.
Well, well. Things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused's standing, and indeed your own.
I have.
Lord Van Zeeks, would you care to explain that last remark? The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Very well. If you have no objection, Uryu.
Has the music disc been played? Nope, it is not. We're not sure what music box it correlates to, since the manufacturers and discs are all over the place at this time period.
So, the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Gotta go enjoy the rest of the case. And remember, a skokin's never shokin! Have a good one, Henry. Or Annie, I suppose. Thanks for sticking around. Appreciate you.
You witnesses currently in the stand may step down until further notice.
He doesn't have... Then I shall bid you good day.
Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies.
As you wish. All right then, Gina.
It's time. Does Henry speak to Annie like like the Green Goblin mask? I feel like I've seen so much of the Green Goblin lately. Or I just used that phrase recently, and then I saw the new trailer for Marvel Token. Token? I'm not sure. That has the Green Goblin is going to be a character, and he's got his voice actor from Spectacular Spider-Man, which is awesome, because I think he does a great job. And his design looks really awesome. Marvel Token Fighting Souls, I see. Marvel Toucan, that's the one. I'm excited for that game, even though I will be awful at it because it's a tag fighter, and that will cause me to self-destruct.
I know this is hard, but please, put your faith in me here.
Good luck, Bruno.
On the evil side of Dr. Jekyll, I am. I'm Mr. Henry. That's the only one you get this stream. One Henry stream. One Henry bit. One Henry bit. No Henry streams. None. One Henry bit. No Henry stream. None. Anyway. The articles that Mr. McGillicuddy had deposited in Windibank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago. Yes. And I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGillicuddy.
The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now here we all are again. The same players in that trial facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend.
Our very own DL6. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGillicuddy. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. That the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head in the roof deck, with the body being then dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGillicuddy died in this very courtroom, in the most extraordinary of circumstances.
A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on. As indeed does the omnibus murder itself.
Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor this small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings.
Miss Lestrade, would you tell the court now, please? What really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean.
I don't know what you mean. I already said all of what I know.
And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade. This is extremely important.
But...
Remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully held information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury.
Oh no. Whoa.
And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts. You have little credibility to lose.
Ginny, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Bruno now. Iris, we're on your side.
Alright, then. We'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina.
Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it.
I've heard perjury is bad. It's a good thing that never happens in these courts. Right? It won't matter. I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilded's pawned articles and that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. Would you? So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. But you will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements. This is it then. Everything's gonna come out. Like Van Zeek said, this could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears. But as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. The real truth of the omnibus case.
Truth is, that Brickmaker Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over my head, and a pair on the roof deck went to call the slops.
The slops? McGirt?
That's when McGilded slipped the driver some tin to do a run at the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, and to say nothing to no one about what we'd seen or heard.
Good grief, this is outrageous! What you've just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago.
As you say, my lord.
Then there's every chance I may have adjudicated an error in McGilded's trial. It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes.
Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable.
I don't believe it! The whole trial was a farce? It was all lies? That McGilded fellow was rotten to the core, just like that pickpocket. Don't forget that lawyer for the East. They're all in on it together. Why do you have to make it a racism thing?
You're wrong, the lot of you. Mr. Narado, the lawyer there, he didn't know nothing about it.
Humbug!
I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that?
He really stitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get the man off scot-free.
Unforgivable. Stop. The lies have to stop. Stop. How long have they been waiting on that one? Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony. Because the true significance of McGilded's pawned articles must be brought to light.
Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of calamity you've just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing.
Words fail me. This situation is utterly deplorable.
Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord.
Blimey, Mr. Narado.
Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. I thought he said my learned, stupid friend for a second. Well, in his heart he said it. You know? In his heart. Provided he has one. In truth, saw that disc on the floor. Let's press about that. Was the disc that you saw, or this disc? I'm sorry. Hey, what the hell are you two doing? What's going on over here, buddies? Huh? You guys want to share with the class? Huh? You guys want to share with the class? What's going on, buddy? Gregson, what the fuck? I trusted you. Can't believe ACAB includes Gregson. What the fuck?
Yeah, I reckon I probably was. I was right next to the cove lying on the floor.
Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps?
I don't know, but McGilded picked it up pretty smartish. And then he sat at the cove, with him, with the knife in his belly up on a seat.
What did he say to you at that time? He told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or heard to no one. And about the disc and all. I was dead scared the way he was looking at me. I thought if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. Started asking me a load of questions. Like what my name was and where I lived and that. He asked me about being a diver too. But after a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed. Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of rapping noise. Rapping upon me chamber door there was. All of a sudden I had a scream over me head and a pair of roof deck went off the quarter slopes.
Hold it!
Press on that one. What pawn shop, that pawn shop obviously being Windibanks on Baker Street.
Just a moment, Counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well? Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was in the stand. Indeed, Lord Van Zeeks.
McGilded took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up, all careful like, before handing it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat and what's in it got to be worth a few bob. Yes, Gina was sure the disc must be worth more than Mr. Windibank was suggesting, wasn't he? I remember her quibbling with him over that price at the afternoon at the pawnbrokery. The driver looked pretty happy when McGilded flashed some brass in his face. He went running off at a lick. And the bog trotter called me and told me to come out from the Drake's cabin. So nothing to present on that one. Threatened you how exactly? Told me I'd only be able to scarp her if I did exactly what he said.
Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago?
Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said.
Which was?
He told me I'd have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it.
The ticket? Well, I never.
Said if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in the lug, to stop it being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it.
But really, why on earth would Mr. McGilded have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with the pawnbroker before the arrival of the police makes no sense at all.
There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGilded had the driver deposit at Windibanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Anyway, after that he let me go, so I legged it before the coppers showed up. Okay, so when do we present the blood sample thing that we found in the coat? Well done, Gina. Can't have been easy to tell the truth like that.
Did he really put her faith in you, Renaud?
Yes, and to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this trial's over. So I need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible.
It's time to really go for it. Press her on every statement.
I suppose I should.
Oh, and another thing.
What's that?
Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange that they've been whispering to each other the entire time?
Yes, that is strange. Looks like they're having a secret discussion about something. I'm not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I can do about it. Can I just go, excuse me!
Truth is, that brickmaker coat,
Hold it!
And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats... That's right, it's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all. Excuse me! Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? Inspector! Mr. Graydon! Oh, blimey! You're trying to give me a heart attack? You've been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about?
Discussion? This fella. Pull the other one, sunshine. You think you got anything to talk about with a shady jet like this?
I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. They've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating. Am I gonna have to split you two apart? You will kindly refrain from talking amongst yourselves while the witness is giving testimony.
Yes, I'm sorry, my lord.
What were those two talking about? Miss Lestrade, continue with your testimony, please.
Hold it!
We're gonna press on that one. Was it this disc? Go for it. Did we say time?
Hold it!
I think this one is probably the one maybe to press on. Pawn shops, obviously. Indeed. Surprised he didn't react to that. Maybe we press on this last one again?
Hold it!
And you, how? Yeah, they're just standing there now, okay. Ticket. Stock being forfeited, left with some brass to pay for it. Would be only one logical explanation. Something very important that you need to hide. After they let me go. So like, okay, so it's not on any of those statements, so we gotta press the other ones we did. Do yet? Alright, so we're gonna press these two then.
Hold it!
And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats?
Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all.
Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed Mr. McGilded was the sole passenger, did you not?
False testimony, my lord.
That's what he told me I had to say.
But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilded and the victim acquaintances?
I don't know. Well, I did hear him talking a lot.
What were they talking about?
Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying.
Perhaps business dealings of some kind.
Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe. And then, all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone kneeling over on the floor. It was blooming loud and all.
I believe you let out an involuntary scream.
Yeah, that's what gave me away.
Okay, so not that one. Saw the disc.
Hold it!
This one then, about calling the slops. There were 2 gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe.
That's right.
Oh, well, this is important then. Oh, is the hat gonna be... His whole thing was he makes hats, right? That was his whole thing. Is the hat gonna be important? The fact that he threw the hat to us? Did we get the hat as evidence? We didn't get the hat as evidence. Oh my god, it's gonna be his hat. It's gonna be his hat, isn't it? Like, he made the hat. Pretty bad ones. Oh, well, that was 2 months ago. Maybe he's gotten better.
I must have looked down through the skylight and noticed a cove with the knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled up the horses and McGilda got me out of sight.
Out of sight? Where?
Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, 2 cows from the roof ran off to fetch the slops.
If they had left immediately to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident.
So that left McGilded, the driver, and you still at the scene. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside.
The driver, yes. He also testified in the trial, I believe. Fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves.
What did McGilded and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened and stuff like that, mainly. Okay, so we just had to press to get the most information as possible.
Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. It would appear that on that night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGilded took what he wanted by force. At the expense of the other man's life.
Which proves my point! This disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way. Although I don't understand why as yet.
And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilded's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited.
I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, Cove died right after his trial. I knew that.
So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own.
Well, why not, eh? They were only going to be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have got them? Anyway, can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime.
Miss Lestrade, it would appear Mr. McGilded was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc.
Everyone was expecting McGilded to be guilty, but I don't know if I expected it to be this straightforward and civil. Yeah, a little bit. Certainly going about it pretty amicably, I think would be the word.
Do you know why that would be?
Eh? I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably going to sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime.
Oh. My lord. Is this the... Yep. The evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir.
Oh. No way. Mysterious little box. Deposited by McGilded 2 months ago.
Miss Lestrade, I sentence you with thought crime. I've been reading this amazing new book, you see. I'm learning all kinds of math as well. It's a shame, however. I never learned how to read. There's no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. To be continued. Whoa! Maybe we should take a break. Perhaps. I've realized that I only use whoa for fake outs. It seems like I never use it when it's actually like, whoa, no way, what the fuck, you know? Save our current progress, and I think it's a little early, but we are going to be going long, so we'll take a break. Need to get what we get, so we should take a break. You know what? A perfectly understandable explanation, I believe. Let's get back to it until we get some music. Whoa, no way was already poisoned by this very series. It can only be used ironically. All right, we'll leave you with some inquisitive music and this rotating shot of the small box, which will probably stop moving very soon. No, it's still going. Oh, we're slowing down. We're slowing down. Oh, we're still going. There we go. We stopped. All right. Back in 5 to 10. See you in a few. I'll be just, you know, reading my papers over here, as it were. Back in a bit. I'm back. Hey everyone. How's it going? I forgot to ask mods to get a scran bet rolling, so I'm gonna get a prediction up myself. Scrand on Thursday. Yeah, 5-minute open period sounds good. We'll get that going. We'll do Chandel, which I always forget I can't just Google. Scrandle. And let me see, do we have fan art? Maybe we'll do fan art. Yeah, we got a little fan art. We'll pull it up. We'll do Chandel, Scrandle. We'll do fan art first, actually, I think. Alright. Open up. I can't waste points on betting. I need to save it for McGarvey. Consider, if you win the bet, perhaps you could redeem more McGarvey. Thank you, Meeple People, for the sketch request. Can you draw Jammy and roller skates and a cute little helmet, please? I will definitely do that. Yes, I'd love to do so. Thank you for the sketch redeem. It's been a while. We got a couple of those piled up. I think I'll next art stream. I'll do some sketch requests. All right, let's get window capture up. First up, we saw this on Tuesday, but courtesy of Errol, some Great Ace Attorney fan art, Victorians have no idea what lawyers go through. What's my favorite technological curio? Oh, that's elementary. Why, it has to be the delightful little apparatus known as the stereoscope. Seriously? You've never heard of the stereoscope? It's only one of the most fascinating modern inventions for novel home entertainment ever made. Oh? None of the evidence in your court record looks useful. Well, as a matter of fact, I just happen to have a pair of two nearly identical but slightly different photographic prints right here. Allow me to just pop them into my stereoscope and let's observe. I love the way everyone's drawn here. I'm especially fond of this disgustingly adorable Iris. She looks so cute here. Really like the not rendering, the texture work here as well. Looks really nice, especially the darkening of Ryunosuke's face. It's very nice. A novel take on a classic bit. Thank you, Errol. Next up, courtesy of Meeple People. Aww. That's adorable. Little munching creature. Oh, this is delightful. This is delightful. I love this little guy a lot. I think going for the purple raccoon bit for the Persona model was absolutely the right choice. It works really, really well as a contrast to the yellows. Thank you again to Shivabra for designing the original one. This is adorable, Meeple. Really well animated too. Very, very fluid, especially like, I mean, the everything about it, but the hand reaching for the popcorn and munching on it that's so fluid. It took me so long, but it was very fun. You did a fantastic job. Thank you, Meeple. Jelly, when reading Slop and reading a silly passage, passed off as cool. Yeah. The ear twitch is nice. It is, yeah. There's a lot of little things at this. This is excellent. And of course, eating some popcorn, which, as we all now know, that's you. That's you. That's you, chat. The kernels, as it were. Just as you consume my streams, so too do I consume your chat messages. If I ever get a persona, it should be like a koala or a pygmy wolf. Or pygmy owl. Topi, not a sheep? Not a sheep? I'm a really, really big fan of lavender as a secondary jelly brand color. I am as well. I'm definitely going to incorporate that into some of my designs going forward. I think it works exceptionally well as a tertiary highlight. Or even just, you know, as this background color at times, as it were. But the lavender works really, really well in a lot of my color palettes, which makes sense since yellow and purple are complementary colors. And, you know, the lavender works really nicely to highlight the pale yellow I go. Lemon Chiffon is the name of the color. But this is exceedingly cute. Thank you so much for this, Meeple. This would be fun to have on like a break screen or something like that. I have an idea that I want to do for the break screen, but I love this. Thank you. And last, but certainly not least, courtesy of Baruch, found this weird slot book on the ground outside the local inn. You can pay 5 guineas to make me read a page on stream. Iris Wilson, Sunday Times bestselling author, McGildy, a Magnus McGilded novel. The vile master of the omnibus murder, Barak van Zieks, Reaper of the Bailey, cycling elitist. I'm realizing now, I don't know what the cover art for McGarvey looks like. Let me take a picture. I need you to know what the book looks like to me. It's just the book. It's just the book. It doesn't have the... It's just a black book. Let me... Hold on. Gonna crop it. Alright. I gotta pull this up on stream. Give me a second. It's not even the text. There's nothing on the cover of this book. This is it. It's just black. It's nothing. It's just on the side. That's it. There's nothing on the front or the back. I think it had a sleeve and it just lost that. It's nothing. How tactical. Let me look something up real quick. Hold on a minute. Garvey by David Hagberg. Oh my god. Okay, so here's the book cover, which as we can clearly see is what this fan art from Brooch is playing on. The fucking oh my god! Replacing the burning car with the omnibus is fucking genius! Oh my god, that's amazing! That's amazing! Oh my god. That's amazing, Brooch. Holy shit. The Grand Master of the contemporary thriller, Douglas Preston, #1 New York Times bestselling author of The Kraken Project. Here's our hero. Oh, of course, with his ever-famous Walther PPK, naturally. His favorite weapon. And then here's the audiobook cover. Oh my god. That's amazing. I've been, by the way, I have been deliberately keeping myself as blind as possible on McGarvey as a book, okay? I've been keeping myself as blind as possible because the universe has given me a gift, all right? The universe gave me a completely featureless book, okay? Nothing. A book with nothing. A title and an author name. I haven't looked up anything beyond those two things. This is perhaps the greatest opportunity I've ever been granted to experience something truly, completely blind. That's amazing. Oh my god. Has the background so drenched in evening gold and the man is just standing there with cool white t-shirt colors? That's how cool he is. That's how cool and manly he is. He has his own lighting. He really is just sort of put in there though, huh? It's awesome. So, thank you, Brooch, for this amazing fan art here. Thank you, Meeple People, for this absolutely adorable little animation loop of the jelly wreck. It's so fluid, man. That hand is crazy. Look at that. That's incredible. And thank you, Errol, for what I'm sure we're all thinking right now. Now, on to Chandel. Gotta start with the Saito Open, naturally. It is 2025. Okay. It is 2025. Is this Mosquito-chan? Damn. Okay. Not Astrobot, not Persona 3. I'm fucked. I'm fucked. Is this your mom? It's not Umineko, and that's 2024. Jesus. More. Okay, so it has two fan arts. It's been drawn twice, and it's from 2025. It's not Talis-chan. It can't be Talis-chan. Okay. I feel like this should be enough to get it. What did Joe play? What did Joe play? What did Joe play? Card-chan isn't counted as... She's counted as 2024, I believe. One of the Chans you drew as part of the underappreciated Chan draw train? No, because that was in 2024 that I drew that. This Chan is from 2025 after its completion. So this is a Chan that got drawn twice before April 1st. Is this Kegel-chan? Damn! Thrice! Late 2025? No, this database was made on April Fool's Day of 2025. So anything prior to anything beyond that, what the fuck is Kegel-chan? From Returnal. She has really thick, veiny thighs. The Simsy drawer. Okay, let's get a hint. Let's get a hint. Associated with Moncton. Famous dog? Really? Famous dog didn't get a fan art entry until 2025? No such page exists! Hold on. Famous dog Chan? So it does exist. It does. Famous dog. Famous dog did get chanified as well. A Moncton manuscript. Moncton dog. Awesome. By Coffeechino? Wait. Hold on. That said by Coffeechino. Where's Famous Dog Chan? Because this is drawn by Coffeechino. Were they just lumped together previously? Famous Dog Chan is a separate thing from Famous Dog. Famous Dog is a meta tag. I see. I see. Well, thank you, Coffeechino, for Famous Dog Chan. That's our channel for the day. And now, to the main event! Can we choose it? Yes, we scran! Let's get to it. Okay. Potatoes with spicy mayo. Are they in the spicy mayo? Or hot dog? $5. That's a good looking hot dog. If it's a bonus round, it doesn't matter. I'm going for the dog. The famous dog. Okay. This is a repugnant picture of a hot dog. Ice cream sandwich. That is disgusting. Air pie simply cannot win. This disgusting ass mucus membrane peeking out every time is it makes me want to hurl. All right. Gilroy garlic fries or chicken corner kick fries. These look pretty good. These look pretty awesome. And they have chicken, so they win. Yeah, that's about what I expected. Okay. It's not the burnt one. It's the Cubano. That's really low, but it does look kind of mid. Chicken and bacon pizza, fish, chips, and mushy peas. That's an okay looking pizza. This is some really good looking fish and chips served with a side of baby food. I think this wins it because the fish is just that perfectly fried. Wow! Really? No fucking way! Damn. Okay. That sucks. Alright. Cheeseburger. Cheeseburger. Sorry, I watched City... I finished watching City the Animation last night. That show is absolutely phenomenal. I think I still like Nichijou more. I think Nichijou, since it's longer, it has a lot more time to develop a much stronger emotional core that I think still resonates with me to this day. City the Animation has something similar that I think is heartbreaking and sweet and sincere all the same. But I don't think in 13 episodes, there's quite enough time for them to do everything they could with as large of an ensemble cast as that author is prone to. I wish I knew her name. I should know her name at this point, considering how much I love Nichijou. That said, City the Animation is quite possibly the most ambitious and visually impressive anime I have ever seen. It is just stuffed to overflowing with charm in every single one of its shots. At every opportunity that City the Animation has to do something static and standard, it goes above and beyond to deliver a truly impressive visual feast at all times. And it is astounding the degree to which it can stuff a scene to burst with visual information and not feel overwhelming. Unless it is actively attempting to be overwhelming. They know just the right amount of visual interest to put into every single shot, and it contains some prolonged sequences that, over the course of its runtime, I genuinely realized what was happening and asked myself, there's no fucking way they're actually doing this right now. And they do it. I can't help but contrast it against Soulless Shonen Fight, Jujutsu Kaisen bullshit. Yeah. Like, City the Animation may be the only show I've ever watched where the intro feels like it's of a lower budget than the rest of the show. I love the intro, by the way, even if it does sound like an AJR song. It really grew on me as time went, but the intro is very, like, static visual slideshow type deal, whereas the show is just constantly in motion. It's called City the Animation, and it fucking means it, man. It is a love letter to the medium. Just an absolutely astonishing feast for the eyes at all times, that knows exactly when to go full throttle. just unbelievably impressive and ambitious and experimental. I cannot recommend that show enough. I was floored multiple times, both with laughter and just with awe. I cannot recommend that show enough. And also just watch Nichijou because it holds up. Anyway, cheeseburger. This pizza is rated really low. This is a really good dog. I don't yet see how this all relates to you picking the burger, but I will surely understand later. You will understand later. Is it decent looking fries, no price data, or decent looking fries plus shit from a butt? That's right, folks. It's shit from a butt. That's the one that wins it. Buffalo chicken mac and cheese. This is far too posh a presentation for a Scran. However, no, not with that price. Holy shit. Oh my, whoa, okay, all right. maybe for that price, the presentation is what it should be. $2.50 for a pork sandwich, or meal deal for $9. I don't like the cut of this. Oh no, that's way too many onions and way too improperly placed. Meal deal. 50 cents for seafood at a stadium. That's food poisoning, baby. It sure is. Anyway, 9 out of 10 Scran. 9 out of 10 Scran. I was not expecting this pizza to be so highly regarded. Usually, Scrandal doesn't go for a pizza like this. I gotta tell you, this is a great looking pizza to me. Nice coverage, like the cheese, it goes all the way to the crust. Crust looks nice, doesn't look burnt, looks nice and crispy. Got a little bit of the little, like, not quite burnt, but like almost caramelized cheese bits on there. That's a good looking pie right there. For £5? That's a great pie. I bet you weren't expecting such a hungry Scranner. It sounds like you were expecting an 8 out of 10 boy. Tell you what, if I could get a slice of that pizza, I'd call the whole thing off. Is that pepperoni or sausage on there? My hungry ass will eat just about anything. Anyway, thank you for the fan art, and that's today's Scrandal and Chandel / prediction. Let's pay out the believers for their 9 out of 10 victory. The impression is great. Thank you. Thank you. I do appear to be quite talented with my voice. You sound like a reality TV show narrator. Someone send the video in the Discord so Flora can see what exactly. Call me AI wrestling commentary because what? I forgot about that shit. Oh my god. I forgot about that fucking video. What? So, what? Anyway, congrats to Cheese and Reap, the Reaper of Scrandal, it seems, in this case. Anyway, back to it. Read 'em and squeak. The small box deposited by the pawnbroker. Deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilded 2 months ago. I have no idea what's going on. Someone also send the wrestling clip in the Discord so Will Clap can see what's going on. To give you a summary, sumari, as it were, there is an AI slop channel that makes like wrestling, like weekly wrestling summaries, but the person who makes the videos clearly doesn't give a shit or check any of the audio before they publish the video, and so every single one of them at some point will eventually just devolve into going what, and just does that for literally like 15 minutes in a row. What I think is happening is it keeps seeing the phrase or the acronym WWE and is interpreting that as a stutter and then gets just utterly stun-locked. But I don't know. And then like halfway through the what's, it just turns into like slurping noises and electronic like whirs. It just gets so fucked. It's a little scary, actually. It's a little scary. But if someone can send those to the Discord. Yeah. Anyway. And on the night of Mr. Windibank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop.
Quick, quick, open it and see what's inside.
Oh, what? Oh, interesting. I was not expecting that. Good gracious. This is no ordinary box, it seems. The circular repetition thing is a common AI problem. It generates the next most likely word, but if the most likely next word for the specific word is the same word, well, you see, yeah, it just keeps spinning in on itself. Usually they turn up the randomness, so it doesn't pick the most probable word always, but that fails in some cases where the probability space completely collapses. I see. Wow. Although in truth, I had an inkling that might be the case. I did not expect that at all.
It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement.
Excuse me, sorry.
Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord.
And then Grayson's gonna be like, oh, wait just a minute! The brass told us we can't play that music box! And Van Zees is gonna be like,
Who fucking asked? I'm playing it. So, here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilded's disc, deposited at Windibank's at much the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilded's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilded?
it's probably not music, Your Honor. It's probably like a confession of sorts. I love the way he raises his hand. I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord.
Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last.
Yeah, I knew it. Hold it! Wait, my lord! I knew it. I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it.
Good grief! What is the meaning of this, Inspector?
Music box and the disc are, well, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music. Objection! This disc may very well be what motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened.
The prosecution has no objection.
But no! That piece of evidence is under the police property now. You can't...
Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. No further delays, please. Play the disc.
Oi, it's me here, Gregson. I committed the murder, I did. Is that Morse code? That's why the fucking stenographer lady is here. Oh my god. That's why she's here. So that she can translate it. Oh, that's awesome.
What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music.
No. Excuse me, stenographers use special keyboards to transcribe court recordings. Morse code is written by operators. I see. My humblest apologies, Boulder. I'll be sure to have my terminology the right way around next time. Anyway, I think the stenographer lady might pick up on it. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. Oh.
Mr. Graydon.
This This really is priceless. Always dancing to it. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. Oh? Are you ready to move on, Counsel? Come on. Yes, alright, it does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? It could be a clue. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord! But how can it be? It's an abomination, Counsel. Mere noise. I fail to see how it could have any meaning whatsoever. It does sound strange, I agree. But there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. That's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Oh! Just what relevance do you suppose this, or propose this woeful chiming has on this case? It's the defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that. Smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be.
Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Bruno.
Objection! Objection! The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not, I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend.
Well,
Surely you have an idea in mind? Because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument.
exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. You've got me. I don't know what the answer is. Yet! Oh. It's been so long! It's been so long! I fucking love his stupid vacant stare. It's amazing.
Bruno? I've just examined the music box very thoroughly. And I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all.
Really?
Really, the way it's made, it can only produce a single note anyway.
Thank you, Iris. Curious. Alright. Well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sound it's producing has some significance that isn't musical. Could it be? Is that what these sounds are?
Something's just struck me, Bruno. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, we've heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes.
Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. Your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not, in fact, music at all. Then what the devil is it, Counsel? Uryu? All the evidence we've seen so far
All the testimony we've heard. It's all pointing to one single answer now.
The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation.
Alright then. It'll be the best chance I'm gonna get to fight back in this trial. If I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. Oh man, when you know the answer, it's really, really fun to look and see all the ways that they really, really, really try to hint at the fact that, you know, it's what you're thinking it should be. Okay, well, I'm not sure what exactly to present in this case, though. It's evidence that explains the true nature of the sound of the music box is... So here's the question, how do I explain that it's... You know... How do I... Maybe... Maybe this? That's the only thing I can think of other than the stereoscope. I'm gonna go for it. Send it.
Take that!
Take that!
Today's paper, Council. The headline is, Pawnbroker perishes in pick purse plunder. Hardly supportive of your cause.
No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page.
Further down, Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I've heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted.
Oh, we're about to leak government secrets in court. Oh no.
And leaked to various other countries.
And presumably, those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams.
Of course.
Juror number 5, your input, please. Stop. Oh, me, sir. Whatever's the matter? You told the court before that you worked at the same communications station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that is correct. And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports. Oh, yes. We're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? Hmm? You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. I don't believe it! Oh. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than the highly skilled communications officer.
Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code?
Yeah, probably.
Order! Order! Please, everyone! Order! But this is high treason, Council! Deserving of capital punishment! Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason, and what is capital punishment?
Sorts of words I'd half expect you to know.
For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price.
Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus.
But in the end, McGill had perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery.
My word! In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason, punishable by death. So if the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it, and in order to do that, he would have to... So the culprit had no reason but to retrieve it. In order to do that, he would have had to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. The full 360? Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous! Absolutely preposterous! So, in response to the defense's accusations, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do! I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Oh. And by all means, counter the charges, sir. Huh? The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Oh. Delighted, I'm sure. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windibank. That being the most flagitious? Flagitious? Well, I can tell you right now the reason I've never heard that word. It sucks. Flagitious? What a horrible, horrible word. Ugh. God, it goes sour on the tongue. For which the law in this land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less a serious crime. Marked by scandalous crime or vice, villainous. I would just say scandalous, perhaps. So you're saying it's a very flagitious word? I think so. Same root as flagellation, which, might I say, is quite a phenomenal word. To flagellate. It's an awesome word. That one's nice. Flagitious, I don't like. I think it's the jish. Jish, like you're gonna say flagitian. Like you're a magician of lies, perhaps. Oh, hold on a minute, wait. If someone is scandalous, would you call them a flagitian? I feel like the revolutionary right now. Aren't all magicians a magician of lies? Well, by omission, perhaps. So, in a sense, yes. Is flagitian a word? I really hope so. If not, it is now. That's just how English works. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. Are they villainous? Some of them are. Some of them are.
Hold it!
Hold it! Oh, it's them! You got let's have a rabbit in pork here, Governor. We got things to say. I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are? Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie.
Name's Ringo Skulkin. We ain't baddies enough to set out on motherland.
That's right. We're what they call the Three Skulkin Brothers. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. I love the Skulkins quite dearly. Graydon's counter. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I'm no relation to the man. Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night like what he told us to do.
If we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it.
Interesting. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. What Mr. will do, Governor? What's up? Do I take it that you now admit to the crime?
that on the night in question, you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally. And moreover, you did so as a party of 3, in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here.
At least he's thinking it. He's thinking over.
Oh? I did, Gav! I did! Quieten down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon?
I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to.
You little rotter, getting us all mixed up in all this monkey business. He never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job.
And what about getting the geezer? And what about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he?
Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations.
Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it into the court record as evidence.
Ahem. Graydon's counter. Alright, let's see what we're working with here. Sound produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. Let's press you on that one. They're not? To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds. Of course, of course.
Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code.
Ouch. Looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. Ha ha ha.
I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir.
A lesson here in court?
Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones.
Tones, you say?
Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those two in different ways, you construct letters.
I see.
For example, this is an A. And this B. But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you?
But it sounds so so similar. The rhythm of it is the same in everything.
But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code.
No!
Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in future.
Stop. Nothing to say, but stop.
Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it?
Iris?
I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely.
Could there still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use this music box somehow to play back Morse code? Hold on. What if we play it in reverse? This is the mechanism that turns the bumps in the disc into sound, isn't it?
Yes, the movement. It's all thanks to the comb with its teeth that are plucked by passing bumps.
Usually, the teeth in the comb are different lengths, so that each one produces a...
Usually, the teeth in the comb are different lengths so that each one produces a different tone. But this comb is very strange. All the teeth are exactly the same length.
Well, what does that mean?
It means that no matter which tooth is plucked by the passing bumps, the music box will make the same sound. I've never seen a music box like this before.
Yes, it is strange. A music box can only play a single note. There has to be some significance to that, surely. That can be the same thing? Okay. Oh, wait. What's with the little what's with the switch here? What's that? What is this? Oh. Little button on the bottom? Oh,
Oh,
What is it, Runo?
I've just noticed something about this music box. Looks like the bottom of it opens up as well.
Ah, you're right. Well, come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it.
All right then, here goes. Oh,
Look at that. There's another movement on the underside.
so does this mean you can set another disc to play back on this side?
Yes, I think so. It looks like the two movements are linked together.
They're linked.
So if you had two discs, they would both play back at the same time.
And we have a copy of the disc because Sholmes made one. So if you had two copies of the disc and played them at the same time, you get two. Okay, interesting. There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection! Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum?
But shouldn't it be the identical sound then? Well, it has a different tone on the bottom. So if you would put the same disc on both sides, they would play simultaneously and play different tones. 2 tones specifically. Thus completing the Morse code message. Unless the sound is stereoscopic, god damn it. God damn it.
It has already been established that to be Morse code, 2 tones are required. Dots and dashes.
Yes, I'm well aware of that. But if it was a copy, the tones would all play at the same time, leading to the same problem, no? I don't know, actually. I don't know, actually. I'm not going to think about it. I have it solved. I know how it works, but I don't know how it works.
Then what?
Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, Counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used as a cipher, used to cipher secret messages in Morse code? So do I need to skip through this? I just noticed something. That, another movement. Yep. So does that mean you set another disc to play back on the side? Yep. I think so. Let's movements together. Linked. 2 discs that would both play back at the same time. We present this.
Got it!
Got it! Good gracious! What am I looking at here? I also love how this case uses preeminent technologies in very interesting ways. Music boxes and Morse code. Yeah, it's very, very fun. And, what is it? Oh no, I mean Morse code would count as the telegraph as well. Another movement on the underside of the box.
What?
It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. In other words, Sumari, you can put 2 discs in this music box, and the sound of both will play back at the same time. Good heavens! As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of 2 tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. Oh. This is beyond a joke. I'm sorry? This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims.
Oh, of course. If my learned friend were able to present the court with a second disc, that would be another matter. Well?
I can't at the moment.
And may I remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilded 2 months ago striking a deal over disc or discs.
Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly. I had nothing whatsoever to do with it. Can we? Yes, we can, Runo. Lock in. Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue. The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere. I haven't found it yet.
Oh dear. It looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Bruno.
You will reiterate your testimony, if you please, Mr. Graydon. I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. Okay, so that was a lot just to make sure that you pick up on that part. I have no relation to the man. Well, let's see if that's the case. Mason Milverton, East End of London. By the way, Graydon already was revealed to have lied several times under oath. Isn't he getting killed after the trial? Let's press him on that. So 2 months ago in that omnibus, Miss McGilded killed the brickmaker and stole the disc.
Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him.
Doesn't make much sense, though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? How indeed. Must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason, in order to take it to the meeting with McGilded and negotiate a deal. Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that. An old brickmaker from her artisan quarter and this well-to-do communications officer. Only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together. You have nothing more to add on that note. Let us return to the witness's testimony. Okay, I might have it in. Let's present this one, because Truth said to. So is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted. How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of the staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information. Oh no, stop. I must say something. Stop. Let me guess. Juror number 5. We regular communication station officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the Ministry. And Mr. Graydon is the team leader. That's fascinating. Graydon is a highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop. Vera, the forward lean and the blush on that is very, very cute. Little stars in her eyes. So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon. Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors so they can't be heard. And in any case, all messages are sent in ciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. Oh no, stop. Must say something. Stop. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with Ministry technicians on the Ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important internal communications. And he's received the top prize at the Cipher Cracking Convention 5 years in a row now. That's fascinating. That's insane. Graydon is a highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop. Well, your idol would appreciate it if you'd keep your mouth shut. She should really pick her idols more carefully. She's just throwing him under the omnibus. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. Ahem. What if I showed you this? I would get a penalty for it? Noted.
I see. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's just consider the implications of that statement for a moment, shall we? What implications, Counsel? Nothing strikes me about it. Exactly! There's nothing striking about it. What does strike me is your propensity for the inane, however. I need to clear my head and come at this again from a different angle. Would it just be the disc, I guess? Well, I have to press the skull.
Hold it!
Hold it! Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean? That's right, yeah. Who else, eh? Silly me, he thought he was just popping over for a nap after all them years, but the rot had a dodgy job for us. A yash. Oh. Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? They're a sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure, let's say Graydon's an old China.
Excuse me!
Excuse me! Fucking love the excuse me. Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? Eh? No, the other Mr. Skulkin.
What? Oh, me?
When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react.
Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when.
Together? With Mr. Graydon, you mean?
Yeah, with Ash. I mean, you look at him now in his fancy whistling flute, and you wouldn't have him believe it. But when he was younger, he was from the poor part of town, just like us.
Is that so?
But he was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy, always coming up with smart ideas like what would never have gone through our heads.
Oh, blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulkin's milk run? That was a corker, eh?
Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit.
It's Pride Month, Van Zeeks.
Yo, the geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering.
Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong.
Nevertheless, court is not prepared to accompany you on a trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? I don't know. Can that sentimental story be relevant somehow? Add it to the testimony. My lord. Yes, counsel? The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case, because it shows that he grew up poor, which means that he might have some relation to Mr. Mason. Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add.
Say no more!
A skulking's never choking.
Oh. Milverton, you say? Huh.
Hold it!
Is that so? I'm sure I'm gonna regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business?
That's a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really.
Delivering fresh milk to the locals. That's what it was all. That's what it was all about.
That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate. But on what? The business name. So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourself and Mr. Graydon involved?
Yeah, that's it.
Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Run, was it?
Yeah, that's it.
And where did the Milverton part come from?
Oh, right.
thought clever clogs like you to work out that one. That is... Oh. Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel? I don't... Let me guess. You don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying? Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because I... well... It weren't the happiest of homes that one came from.
Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much. Wife walked out on him.
He took the name Graydon then, she?
She'll always be Milverton to us.
Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it?
Of course not. This is all bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born.
You really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves, hmm?
You're a communications officer attached to the civil service.
Voice acting this is much better than I remember. Howdy, Orr. Thank you. Appreciate it.
As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon.
Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable. For once, you were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? Very well. Yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things, and could turn out to be extremely important. I love lying in court over literally something as trivially verified as my own fucking name. Ooh. Interesting. All of a sudden, we seem to be up at our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although, all this talk about interception of secret government messages is all just conjecture at this stage.
It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago, and the break-in at Winterbanks.
By the way, Gina's going to prison for lying when at knife point after this. Perjury is funny. It sure is.
But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGilded.
No, that was Mr. Mason, brickmaker who was so horribly murdered.
If only there was some link between the two men somehow.
No, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key to us making headway with the cross-examination here could be those two brothers. I'm glad it was. Ahem.
Objection!
Objection! Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Oh? Oh? Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilded... Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right, only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say... Saints alive! Mr. Ashley Milverton. Is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? I don't...
As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records.
The truth is, you've been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it onto McGilded in collaboration with your father.
The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. Truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. By dint of this music box, you mean, Counsel? Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Oh, did... No. I was thinking initially that Graydon may have killed McGilded. But I don't think his authority runs that high. Hello, Jelly. I would like to inform you that the font on your McGarvey book is the same font as the theatrical poster for Spider-Man 2002 by Sam Raimi. I hope you use this information wisely. Spectacular. Thank you. Love to go into a murder trial and end up with high treason case of the decade, yeah? Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learnt of the situation, you appeared at Windibanks 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? Eh? Wait, we never knew nothing about that! On the night that Mr. Windibank was killed... Oh. Intruder of the pawnbrokery touched one item, and one item alone. The music box. Rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera. Indeed. So, the question that naturally begs answering is this. Why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since, if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Oh. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Oh. Sir. There appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. What? Huh. 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windibank's pawnbrokery. 1 took the life of the pawnbroker himself. 1 struck the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? He's got you now, me old China.
Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon.
Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly, I was fool to think I could trust some common back slum thieves. They're not common backslum thieves. They're professional baddies, thank you very much. Fine. I admit it. I was there in Windibanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded. These dances. Oh. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. Not gonna go down without a fight. Until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is... Well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin Brothers gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windibank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon in the arm. Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. Okay, so then that means that Gina didn't have a gun and couldn't have been the one that killed him. We have proved that Gina could not have killed him right now. We've proved that the gun she had is not the one that killed Mr. Windibank, which means that either she set someone else up and then fell unconscious and incriminated herself, or she's innocent. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windibank was shot by a 3rd gun, which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder. Goodness! That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windibank that night is you! I mean, yeah. Hold it! I assume that's him. Oh. Now, Jelly, this is beyond just Gina now. We can't claim Gina's innocence until we get to the bottom of all that. You're right. We have to solve this case first. You little upstart! You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbrokers. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see, this makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. What? She took your gun and shot him, and then took his gun back and hid? What the fuck's gonna happen? What the fuck are you talking about? What? Are you suggesting? I saw it all. I saw the very moment the pickpocket girl pointed the gun at the poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. What? Order! 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 Hell, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Mr. Graydon. Yes? I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully. And I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. A lot of people bowing. I wonder if I should have a bow here somewhere. The moment of the shooting. While these ruffians were jostling the broker, I was still near the entrance of the shop. When Windibank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused, in a black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood spatter all over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Good gracious. This is quite extraordinary testimony. Okay, so we press him on the blood splatter, and then we use the evidence to prove that the blood did not belong to Mr. Windibank. It in fact belonged to Mr. Mason. You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Order! 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 It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. To tell the truth now is an act of self-preservation. Truth. Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. You say the blood spattered over the accused coat. Are you sure of that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? If her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here. And it does. Just not Mr. Windibank's blood. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? Runo, you know that. Runo, hey, buddy, pal. Old friend of mine! Hey, listen. Hey, I know Susato's not here, but you need to lock the fuck in. You know about this. You discovered this yourself. You're the one that saw the blood on the coat. Fucking wake up, buddy! You're behind the wheel of a car, and you're going down the highway at 60. Fucking pay attention! You know this! Put your fucking turn signal on and get in the exit lane. You're so mean to him? He deserves it! He deserves it! Alright? If he wasn't so stupid, I wouldn't need to be so hard on him. But Susato's not here to set him straight. Happy Pride Month. Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's to true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry.
There's absolutely nothing dubious about Hervey's work. His ideas are all sound.
Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven where they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used, with your lordship's permission. We could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes.
This doesn't look good, Runo.
Why not?
Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. If they test it with their chemicals.
Oh, help! You're right! I was forgetting that what happened yesterday. You fucking wake up, dude! Wake up! Wake up, man! Gina's life is at stake! Fucking pay attention, brother! God damn it! Fucking pay attention! Oh my god, it was a whole thing!
Don't move, Ginny. I'm going to shoot.
That's not Mr. Windibank's blood. That stain is from 2 months ago. It's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by McGilded, who was wearing the coat at the time. Do we not understand that, like, it would be really, really dry? My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecutor. That's not the correct course of action, you... Overruled. Lord Van Zeeks, make it so at once.
With pleasure, my lord.
And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Once they find that blood in the overcoat, Gina will be... Counsel. Yes, my lord. Your cross-examination. Of course, my lord. This cross-examination doesn't go well. If I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. First of all, spritz, spritz, spray his coat, turns green. Oh, no way. Is this what is referred to as a jomant? Reacting to characters being dumb and his legally owned intellectual property? Yeah, I believe so. Okay, but that doesn't make sense positionally.
Hold it!
Yes, when the crime scene was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Windibank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. But no. It wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Windibank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely. A third gun.
The broker's gun was not the murder weapon.
So clearly there had to be a third firearm involved.
In other words, Sumari, the accused, must have had her own gun with her at the time.
But we saw her. Why would she not have her own gun then? But there was no other gun. But no other gun was found at the scene. Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry? You must consider the events in order. Lay it out for me then, brother. Lay it out for me. At first, I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then, all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was in that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back. A chilling image, I must say, that doesn't make any fucking sense! That's fine, it's okay. I love that, you're on, crucial level of witness cross-examination testimony music. Also sounds a little bit like, fucking circus clown rumpus music. There's some bullshit afoot. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my... Why would she do that? Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room? That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where, exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then... the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door. But why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there, in case any more tragedies took place. Yeah, Van Zeeks isn't buying that shit.
So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime.
Do you have the gun with you? Yes, it was yours truly. I left the clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up? We made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistling Flute here told us to tidy up.
He thinks he's our bloomin' mum sometimes.
Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? What about the gun? What about the gun? ask about the gun. Where's the fucking gun? Tell me where the third gun is. You took the gun. Where's the fucking gun? Oh my god.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Gentlemen.
Something wrong, Sunshine.
That should be my line. Do you realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin? Well, I mean, he's a bit of a hooligan, isn't he? Ain't he? What was going on just now? You saw him? He grabbed me whistle. What a blazes, he said. Didn't you mention the third gun when you got down to the station? And why didn't you? 'Cause we didn't know nothing about it. All that flaming peephole in the door.
Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing me rags sometimes. Not hurt, are you?
God, blimey. See the way he's looking at me. I'm telling you, this day gives me the willies. That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. You wouldn't normally grab someone.
No, that wasn't like Gregsy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him.
Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris.
But anyway, there is definitely out of character.
I think this one could be used as a reasonable enough pout. It's indignant, as it were.
What's your feeling, Runo?
As much as I hate to admit it, I don't see any obvious holes in his testimony at the moment.
But you have to find a way to break this ban.
Quickly, too. Because once I discover the blood on that overcoat Jean was wearing...
It's a bit strange that he's so sure of himself about seeing the blood spatter over Ginny's coat. Doesn't strike me as the sort of thing you'd claim if you had genuinely seen it happen.
You know that Jean didn't shoot Mr. Windibank, so what's going on?
All I know is it's very unfair. Why should some German scientist tests be acceptable as evidence when mine and Hervey's wasn't? Detectives can use test tubes too.
Never mind that. I have to find a really stark inconsistency in his testimony somewhere. I have to find it before the prosecution discovers the bloodstain on Gina's coat. I mean this in the best way possible, but Jelly's Iris sounds like Femme Stewie Griffin. I mean... She's a, I think if I speak, Errol will attack me. So I won't say any more on the matter. Anyway, we should press him about the blood splatter.
Hold it!
All over her? Yes, through the peephole. I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, what with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, the garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure.
But it's not Mr. Windibank's blood, is it?
No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when McGill stabbed him 2 months ago.
So annoying! If they'd only accept Hervey's chemical analysis, we could prove that.
But they won't. So unfortunately, we can't use it as evidence to support our case.
Bother.
Well... Well... I think I'd have to present this one because he was shot from behind, and clearly there was no blood that...
Huh. Hmm. I don't... This is definitely what we have to object to. I mean, fuck it, we'll try. Yeah, I didn't think so. Hmm.
Hold it!
Do we press on this yet? You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned? Well, unsurprisingly, storeroom door's a solid job. Made of stout wood. Okay, well they're showing me this, which means it's important. There's a small opening about head height. It lets you see what's in there from the outside. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? You should know that! Jelly, are you planning on finishing today? I am, yes. I looked through it myself that night.
And what about you burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well?
Not likely, Gov!
Then say nothing of the sort, Gov!
I doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the people's existence. The Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Windibank take place. Outside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. The defendant! Didn't realize I was pre-gaming TGA by watching Jelly's Of the Devil VODs earlier today. Glad to be here. Glad you're enjoying the VODs. What if Mr. Windibank's body just did that on its own? It's a possibility. We can't count out that possibility. I've seen it happen to people before. Presidents, no less. Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then, what did you see next? I'm gonna try it.
Benediction.
Yeah, no, I didn't think so. There's a contradiction with the fact that he couldn't have seen it happen. He couldn't have seen this. I don't know how I can prove that, though.
Please give me a vague hint on this one. Right now, I'm thinking that he couldn't have seen it because I guess she would have to be standing in the way. Isn't the defendant in front of the murder victim on that photo? How could he see her shooting from the back if she was in front of him? Yeah, that's what I think the problem is. She would be in front of him, and she would be shooting him in the back, which means that she would have to be behind him, and he wouldn't be able to see anything in front of her, which I don't think that would hold up, because if someone, like, he would still be able to see blood splatter and be like, her coat would get splattered. But instant death from a post-anterior bullet wound in the heart. I'm gonna send it.
Benediction.
No. On to our last one. Think about where Graydon would have been in the room at the time to see Gina get the blood splatter on her. Then think about what evidence you have that you can examine the scene with. Well, I tried this, so it's not that, so then it would have to be this. Yeah, the curtain's in front of the peephole here, but... Wait a second. Oh my god, it was fucking relevant to the case. Oh my god, it was relevant to the case. A fucking cat door gun. It didn't have a peephole. So then would I present this then?
Objection.
No? How the fuck am I supposed to point out a contradiction like that? Would it be then she tossed the gun at the people?
Objection.
No? Other photo okay, well, alright. That's a little bullshit that you can't present both of the photos, I think. That's a little bullshit that you can't present both of them. Especially when presenting this one would show... That's fine. That's whatever. Let's try it.
Objection.
No? Oh, no, 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 not that one. Not that one. Maybe here?
Objection.
No?
Well, then what the fuck's going on with the chronology here? Because that would mean that... Did Gina take the gun with her? You haven't pressed... I have to press every statement?
Hold it!
Come on! Alright, I'm just ahead of the game, unfortunately. Mr. Windibank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. I've never been so scared in all my life.
Yeah, we're just your regular mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence.
Says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance of the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. And for the music box, of course. You're one step ahead, you press a restatement, and then you'll be able to point out what you know. Gotcha. The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong.
I was trying to help me little bruv, but the old geezer chucked me over the blooming counter.
So I pulled me gun on the old fella, and that soon made him scarper.
Pair of you setting up the poor defenseless pawnbroker together. Shame on you.
Sorry, Gav. What pronouns did you use? She, her? I vary. Go for he, they if you're uncertain. Some places I just use whatever.
Hold it!
I tend to prefer he, they for vocal context, though. It's contextual. It's weird. Doesn't matter. You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the 3 men were brawling. It was at exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on to strike the calendar on the wall behind you. Whichever one's funnier for the bit besides that he, they. Yep. That too, yes. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later.
Did Mr. Windibank intend to shoot you, do you think?
Well, now, I don't imagine he noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. I pulled me gun on and he tried to shove me out of the way.
Then he scarpered through that door out back.
At which point, what did you do? Okay, yeah, so I had to press everything. Well, my lord.
Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination.
Explain yourself, officer.
The results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. The blood on the accused's overcoat.
Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel. No, my lord. Alright, time to see how this plays out.
Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector.
Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of spattering following a gunshot wound. End of report. Goodness me! You gonna point there? See? What did I tell you? Objection! No. The blood on that coat is not Mr. Windibank's. What on earth makes you say that, counsel? Coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windibank's, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton.
So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Objection! Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend?
Sorry?
2 months ago in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for Mr. McGilded's innocence? And yet now that man is dead, you brand him as a murderer. Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country.
But that was...
Oh, I'd call it a bloody disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is.
It's my fucking job, that's what it is.
How to determine whether the blood on the coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help to answer that problem out. It can't be done!
But... We used Mr. Sholmes' specially formulated chemicals.
Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist.
Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer?
I hold out Piroshki? I held out Piroshki for a heart-starving boy, and he ran away crying. That's just unrelated.
Sherlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination.
These voices rock, by the way. Thank you.
His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all.
How could you say that? Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish.
How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accused coat was spattered with blood of the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, Sumari, his testimony is solid, and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. Except for the 7 times he lied under oath. Those were perjury, but don't worry about it, kitten. It's been a long battle, this one, but this old workhorse has something to say now, if you please.
Mr. Foreman.
As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now.
Sir.
Guilty.
And they say
Guilty.
it for me.
Guilty.
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 All right, the final summation examination. Whoa! No way.
Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict.
All right.
The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the jurors' decisions being equally unsuccessful.
Oh, I don't believe it. After I've come so far, how is it all unraveling on me so fast? All right. He did drink the wine this time. I didn't know he had that move. Is this Sholmes, maybe? How very distressing. Be held in such low esteem. Oh no, him? Oh, no, I think that's Sholmes. I have a feeling that's Sholmes. I'm locking that in. That's Sholmes in disguise. I'm locking it in.
Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Officer, you've delivered the report now. That will be all, thank you.
It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. Yeah, that's him. I know that voice. Am I going mad? Ah! Yep, fucking knew it. Fucking knew it. Mr. Sholmes!
What is the meaning of this?
I just had a feeling. I had a feeling. It's just the way that he talks.
Order! 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 What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in hospital.
As well I should be, had I not been set upon an errand.
What errand?
Hurry, it's really you. You're awake at last.
Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? What say you to this, Lord Van Zeeks?
This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already.
Exactly! Having spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time!
As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes.
Very well then. Counsel, you have 5 minutes.
I fucking knew it. Oh, the quick change.
My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival.
Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now?
Alright, I'm all wrong. Sorry? I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I've asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out. Let's make this discussion as short as possible.
Hurry, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is.
Ah, well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for the appraisal of the scientific community, an oversight on my part. Right. Modesty? Surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What's that? Lavender furoshiki wrapping? A leaving present from Miss Susato. From Miss Susato? If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand. And that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you want to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Miss Susato? Whatever could it be?
Fucking knew it.
What is this?
Oh, it's the machine I made.
Ah. Fucking damn it.
Hi, Wagahai. Meow.
Look, I used this. It's my latest invention.
What is that?
I call it the cat flapper-mat. You can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. What's Susie up to?
Mrs. Sato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Did she say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world.
Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure.
Everyone's thinking now. Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night, when you left Windibanks in pursuit of the thieves, Mrs. Sato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. She did that? That is your answer, dear fellow. No, not at all cryptic, then. Mrs. Sato used this cat flapper mat that night? But why?
Interesting. Taking a sip again. Why is that wine so viscous? Oh, well, there it goes.
Your 5 minutes is over.
Ooh, we're out of time already. Why? I'm seeing if I could just hold on that. I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper.
I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast.
Is it really?
The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile.
I wonder. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me. Need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end. Badly. My lord, the defense requests... Okay, well... I don't think we're going to be able to alter any of the juries, so we'd have to use the further cross-examination, I think. Further cross-examination. See, is he going to say no?
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now.
I didn't say a new witness! The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness. Rather to continue with one of an existing witness.
What?
It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. First, I was surprised that I've never seen Van Zeek's, I've seen so much Edgeworth, because he seems to have a more laser-focused appeal version of Edgy, but now I feel like they've tried too hard. That might be it. Also, this game didn't come out in America until recently.
My lord.
Well, I guess this would be him. Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. It's been 5 years, I see.
Thank you, officer.
Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. This happened like 2 minutes ago. Sorry, 5 minutes ago.
I presume you have no objection, counsel.
No, my lord.
So nobody can say anything then, if Bruno asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon.
The court is obliged to allow it.
This is absurd!
I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its right to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Oh shit, we're doing it! It's one mistake! Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness' testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. A single chance to present evidence. If, following that, the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsel? You will not press the witness any further.
My lord.
Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. And then he dies. Mr. Sholmes! Bye, Sholmes. Alright. That animation is very fast, yeah. The only one evidence rule is a death knell to all stereography enjoyers in the court and jury.
To stand so insouciantly before the court in a state of such high fever, either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers.
Strike a man when he's down, why don't you?
Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared?
Do it. You gotta do the... No? He's not locked in. He's not locked in. I need a GIF of that animation, but it's put on Kazuma's rig, and it transitions to his dead body from case 2.
One statement. One piece of evidence. Won't let Mr. Sholmes down. Or Iris.
Yeah, alright, he's locked in. He's locked in. And I won't waste this final chance that Susato-san has given me.
This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial.
See. Alright. Moment of the shooting again. Oh my god, the music! I am going to... I think we'll save, first of all, yes. Music goes crazy, goddamn. This is the one where he mentions the people. Send it.
Objection!
Objection!
What on earth is that eccentric contraption, counsel?
Oh, it's my cat flap-o-mat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can get through any door you can think of and make a new little door in the middle of it.
That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please without their owners having to open the main door. I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves.
Oh.
But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door.
Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand.
Perhaps it would help if I described its function another way, then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine, in practically no time at all.
I beg your pardon. A peephole, you say?
2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windibank had taken place.
That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes.
Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time.
Your assistant did what?
There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through that peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom.
This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say?
Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake? Yes. How could you?
What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean.
Alright. It's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through.
No!
Oh no. Whoa.
Objection! Objection! This is a farce! Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was...
Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place, by my judicial assistant using this device.
Our assistant tampered with the crime scene, whilst fully aware of the gravity of her actions.
This is a most serious act of vandalism, for which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. That's a good one. Riddled with... Explain yourself, counsel. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, Sumari, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Order! 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 Is there any credence to this revelation? None at all, you say. None at all, you say.
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize.
Exactly. This is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is! Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door?
Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors.
That's absurd! I don't believe it for a second.
I had a feeling you'd say that.
What? Oh, is she gonna do it right here now?
Waggy, Cooey, time for dinner.
Yep, yep, there it is. And because of where the flap is positioned, it must have been made from the outside, because that's where the hinges are. So it couldn't have been taken by Gina, and she couldn't have made it herself.
Well?
Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling of the Old Bailey, would you? I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the peephole in the storeroom door at Windibanks was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was.
No, but it's easy.
What?
The cat flaps my cat flapper mat creates are all fixed in all the fixed size, and the dimensions of the people at Windibanks are an exact match.
Poor Ashley for having your master plot foiled by advanced tomfoolery. Honestly,
Old Silky's lost for words.
excellent work, Iris. Thank you.
And now it's my learned student friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel.
Yeah, can you prove it? And motherfucker, I can! I solved this case 20 minutes ago!
I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home.
Well, yes, that's true.
Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the peephole has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the peephole cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer.
Duh! What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zeeks?
It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation.
What?
Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Zeeks. So true, bestie. Well, counsel?
Don't give up now, Runo. This is the time to create your opening and force your way through.
I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Zasada-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world.
Very well. The counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the peephole in the door of Windibank's storeroom was created after the event, and not before.
I'm not even gonna save. Lock it in. Let me just make sure this is the right one. Not even gonna save. Lock it in.
Take that!
Take that!
What are you? A print from the detective's infernal cameras. Again!
My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof.
And the necessary proof is this photographic print, Counsel.
This print shows a scene of the shot moments after the defendant entered the premises.
Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielded a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker.
But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background.
Let me see that print again. I don't believe it! Really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description. Ah!
Mr. Graded! You couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done. Because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, Sumari, your testimony is a catalog of lies. Oh, yeah, this is breakdown framing there.
Order! 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 I am satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt.
He's fucking dead.
This witness's testimony is entirely fallacious. That's not the only thing we know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with a crime scene.
Oh.
But more importantly... Good lord, there's more, Lord Van Zeeks. The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer.
Yeah, come on, Rally.
Yes,
That's right.
What?
I was there at the scene, it's true. And I was shot in the arm, it's true. That's all. Oh, his hair is different now. Yes. In fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. Oh, please. No! I don't believe this. But right, as it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he is the culprit.
Still, can't worm his way out of this now.
Iris?
And you know what they say? There's no point in locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted.
Speaking of bolting, I'm gonna take a quick run. It's time for a break. See you in 5. That's real. We're taking a break. It's been 4 hours. Break time. I'm back. Hello. Hi. Sorry, that took a little longer than expected. Alright. Let's do this. We're in for the long haul. Whew. Leave. I think we're good to go. Yep. Open the wrong tab. There we go. Let's do this.
Isn't that right, Bruno? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait, that might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories.
Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such remarks? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there's a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. What?
Objection!
This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. It's the coat. Iris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about, namely, the bloodstains on the coat. The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat. That's right. The victim's blood splattered all over her when she shot him. But how could you possibly have known that? Obviously, because I saw her do it through the peephole in the... The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously, Has the cat got your tongue, witness? The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred, and once I returned to the shop having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windibanks constantly, carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson?
Well, yes, of course. Place is chock full of pawned articles, and my lads have have to thoroughly examine them all. So I have orders to have the officers working round the clock in shifts so we get through it all.
And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop.
Oh.
Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
Oh. What do you have to say, mister?
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door.
How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zeeks?
Speak, Inspector.
It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you...
Permission denied.
Oh.
It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all.
Gregson, no, please. Gregson, please don't be implicated in this.
You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes.
Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean He must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection! Objection!
Sorry.
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications.
Yes, but the defense believes that the details of the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. In fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be.
Who was the person in question, Counsel? Who gave the witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony?
Well, I'm gonna save, but unfortunately it's gonna be my goat. Just in case. Just in case. Please make me load this save, Gregson. Please make me load this save, Gregson. Please make me load this save. Please make me load this save. Please! Please!
Take that!
Take that! The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Eh?
Objection.
Me?
You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend.
Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learnt it only during the course of the trial today.
Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess. While the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communications substation,
Or station. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea. No inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Does Van Zeeks hate you or not? He keeps calling you his friend. I don't know. I'm getting mixed messages from him. It doesn't make any sense. Maybe he likes me? I don't know.
Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned?
Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the people. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position, that he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder.
You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in process that he received the information, so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin.
Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson.
It's just a blooming outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigations to this fella, eh? I was summoned here to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Have you forgotten that?
Well, yeah, you were talking to him in the middle of Gina's fucking testimony.
Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery. Which means the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view of the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred.
No, they did! You called... Fuck it.
Ooh, I've just remembered something, Runo.
What is it, Iris? Or what is it, Iris?
There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying.
Oh, yes, now you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGildred's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it! It was during that testimony. I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. Not my goat! Not my goat, please! Would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then.
You little toe rag! You're making all this up! I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud! Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke?
Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense.
Oh, what deal, Counsel?
I wonder if perhaps, in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector.
Oh! I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that, if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness
will certainly mean that you're found guilty of some random bullshit that doesn't actually exist, because this is Ace Attorney. The only crimes that exist in Ace Attorney are murder. That's it. It's the only one that we actually try for. You can do whatever the fuck you want in court. We won't actually do anything about it. Would be considered a gross case of malfeasance. It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nipponese student's specialty. I don't do that. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Actually, in this case, due to Ace Attorney rules, I will find you guilty of murder, personally, for tampering with evidence. It's the only way anything will get done. Evidence? Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? Well, the music disc, duh. The court must see proof of this alleged deal. Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon. And logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it.
Bruno, do you think it could be?
Yes. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. I must press you for an answer now, counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness? I'm not even saving. Lock it in. I'm fucking sure of it. Inspector Gregson. Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? What are you getting at now, sunshine? Is it possible that this other top-secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice. How the bleeding Nora could you? We discovered, during the course of this trial, the music box deposited at Windibanks by Magnus McGilded. A special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that, encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession, are the leaked classified secrets. Oh. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case. You little... Oh! Order! 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 On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windibanks, you said this. I'll be taking that whatever is in McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over.
No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is, mine.
I'm sorry, miss. Anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. Curious. Scotland Yard already knew at that time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets. Well, my orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Blimey, not likely! I mean, I wasn't sure that myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness, to aid and abet this man in giving false testimony. There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the peephole. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men. Oh, my fucking goat. Not my goat! Skulkin Brothers are looking real innocent right now. If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this courtroom? How could you possibly make a claim like that?
Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective.
What? What's that supposed to mean, eh?
As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly, he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand.
Good gracious! Then you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person!
Yes!
Yes! The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once.
Definitely. They can only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before. And Gregsy hasn't moved from the witness stand since.
My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately.
Well, Inspector?
Oh. He's getting one last chippy in there. This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me in my profession quite enough. However, if it will put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts of my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search. What? Going to agree to it?
I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You've made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded.
That sounds serious. Why though? But
Indeed, to have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force
are we gonna do the song and dance where Gregson doesn't have it but Ash has it? Probably.
is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook.
You're just threatening Runa because you're scared.
The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences.
It's true. Can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. Disc must have physically changed hands. Means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here.
Very well, Counsel. You know the implications. So let me ask you one final time.
Yes, my lord.
Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects?
We're gonna save. Now the question is, does Ash have it, or does Nash have it? Yes, the defense formally demands the search be conducted.
Well, don't say you weren't warned. But your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good.
Did I select the wrong one? Fair enough. I got nothing to hide.
Very well then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the inspector's personal effects, please.
Oh, this is the fucking limp one. The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson.
What?
Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. No, Inspector. Not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of this, eh? Lost it last, have you, sunshine? Course shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. Oh. Who is this? Oh. Oh, it's her.
Runa's doing what we all told him to do and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way.
Is it now?
Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words.
What? Now, you what? Now, don't be hasty, my lord.
I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today. I'm fairly sure that I know who has that disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be. Counsel, of whom do you request this search now? Okay. I feel like... Okay, the only reason I'm thinking it could be Nash is because there was that interaction they had earlier where he was shaking him around. I also can't think of a reason why they would still be here. I'm gonna try it.
Take that!
Take that! Of my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin! Well, I never...
Me? Him?
Very well then, bailiff. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects.
Hold it! Please, my lord.
Inspector.
Scotland Yard, has to object to this search.
Objection!
Objection! Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object.
But all Van's sakes.
I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial.
Bailiff, carry out the search. Yep, that's why he was fucking shaking him earlier. Now, hold on a mo. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out! Gonna go play Mina. We'll catch the VOD later. Have a good one, Topi. Here, my lord. In the witness's pocket. I found this. Good lord, that's...
Another music box disc.
I don't know nothing about it. Nothing. That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson?
Order! 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 Mr. Skulkin, what have you to say for yourself?
Gordon Bennett! I mean, just Gordon Flamin' Bennett! I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc! Honest to God! Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck was between this witness and this detective, no? He hit it on him. Without question, my lord. Then, for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a moment. I don't recall. What unusual behavior, Uryu? It was... yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? I admitted nothing of the sort. While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Sulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. it! He didn't know! Thought me noggin was gonna fall clean off, I did! I was wishing I'd been born as me brother, I was! What exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? Well, I ain't got a clue! He just suddenly turned and grabbed me whistle like that and started shaking me! Why the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when you was down we got you down at the station? That's what he said! He held it right down me ear hole, he did! Me head's still throbbing now! The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Well, bless my wig! He hid it! You... But I'm afraid I fail to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence.
It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that.
Why ever not?
As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions.
My orders were cover the medium used to convey secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. Hush-hush? A top-secret assignment, is it?
As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if that information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector?
I'm operating under direct orders from the ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question.
So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness.
Does this mean he only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him to slip the second disc into his pocket? So it was all a pretense. Oh. Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit to the accusations made against you of this alleged deal? I feel like we've gotten away from the murder just a little bit. He's doing his bullshit. Admit to it. Yours truly. Please. Mr. Graydon! Clearly our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector. Oh! But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with a detective. All of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of that is about. You... What?! We're really fucking dragging this one out, huh? Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? Yeah, obviously not. Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I would declare this and nothing more. I'm acting in the best interests of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public in this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions. This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leanings. They're gonna fuck it. They're gonna look at this and they're gonna say Gina's guilty? What are we fucking doing right now?
Hell nah. A fellow servant of the Queen and country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector.
Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me.
Well, as a professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really.
Grading this highly skilled operator. Stop. Connoting presence of idol. Stop.
Detective has very much trust in us. More than this, I cannot say.
I don't believe it. These 6 jurors they're going to believe Gregson. They declare their decision now. How does Gregson not doing anything have anything to do with Gina's guilt?
Is Ginny going to be found guilty?
Somehow, yeah. If we don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windibank or stole those government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. Well then, Counsel. I think it's time I imposed on the jurors to declare their final decisions, no? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court. I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings. Gina will be found guilty.
So there's no choice then, Runo. You have to throw some more evidence at them.
This is it now. It all comes down to this. Again, for real. Who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Graydon? Well, I'd leave it to the jury, because then I get a summation examination. No? Let's save. Give me a second. Actually, I'll be back in just one bit. Hold on.
Sorry about that. Had to help with something real quick. Let's see. Do we save? Let's save one more time just to be sure. I think we leave it to the jury. Can't possibly decide this. I think all I can do is leave it in the... Oh, never mind.
No, Runo. Look at how far we've come. This is the final stretch.
Yeah, we'll do a summation examination. It's not like we're not allowed.
Need to pick the most explosive piece of evidence and throw it at the weakest witness. Hard.
Just before you do, you deserve an explosive punishment for that weakest of decisions. I was thinking we'd do like a summation examination. I guess not. Hold on. Explosive piece of evidence? Are they talking about this? Look, there's a hole here at the back. Doesn't look like a bullet hole, but clearly something's ripped through the leather with great force. Just to let this hole behind. Mr. Sholmes and his pouch both took a beating, didn't they? Huh. Let's go. Gregson. Let's see where that goes. Inspector Gregson, there is one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. Eh? What's this? What's that then? If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with a witness here today, then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence. Thoroughly. Well, go on then. This is my last chance. Looks like I'm gonna have to force his hand here. Oh, hold on a minute. Do we present the manuscript, maybe? And it's like, Gregson, if you don't admit to this, it'll surely come up in the stories, and you'll lose your... We're about to fucking blackmail him right now? Please let this be it. It would be so fucking funny if that was it. Please.
Take that!
What on earth is this, Council? Oh, please. Please. Irrefutable proof, my lord, of the corrupt dealings that went on between these two men. Yeah, I don't think so. That doesn't sound right. Or perhaps irrefutable proof of the corrupt workings of my learned friend's mind. Yeah, no, I thought so. Man, that would be so funny. Oh, that would be so fucking funny, though. Man, it could have been blackmail. Okay. So we're trying to get him to admit that he struck a deal with Grayson. Bullet was fired from the Skulking Village gun on the night of the incident.
Yes, so it turns out it never actually entered Hurley's body at all.
Thanks to the thick leather in the pouch he was wearing, it saved him.
Hurley's always lucky like that.
Well, considering what he had to go through in hospital, I wonder how lucky he really was.
Oh dear, poor Harvey.
I'll be completely honest here. I have absolutely no idea what the game wants from me right now. I mean, I have literally no idea whatsoever. I would love a hint because I am completely clueless. Think about what Gregson was so panicky over earlier. The music disc? Right? Is it just the music disc? He freaked out when you played it? I get. Is that it? Well, music stopped, so I guess so. Is that Mr. McGilded's music box disc, Council? I don't wonder what would happen if you tried playing them. Oh, right. Yeah, I didn't think about the fact that we now had both of them present right now. Huh. Is that Mr. McGilded's music box disc, Council? Yes, first disc of 2, which has already been placed in Mr. McGilded's special music box, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time... Oh, he's dead. With the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well. Goodness, this disc, Council.
Hold it!
Hold it! No, wait! Oh, I can't let you do that! Why not? Because because it's got nothing to do with this case, that's why! Not true, Inspector. Huh? The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of 2 distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory. We're crying out loud, sunshine! We're talking about state secrets here! If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason! Then do you admit the charge? That in order to protect those state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness? You're mad! If you let that secret information out into the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot!
Objection.
Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court, and all because, by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare! I will stop at nothing to protect my client! I don't care who I make an enemy of! It's just enjoying the show over there. My lord, if you please! The court must hear the sounds made by that music box! Come on, for sakes, for Pete's sake! Stop him!
Objection.
Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law. So let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth by fair means or foul.
No! Oh shit, let's go. That's my fucking boy. Very well. The defense's stance here is that of the position of the prosecutor has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, The court will now listen as this music box is set in operation once more. This time, with the second disc in place and both discs playing simultaneously. Very cool transition shot. He's actually... Oh, listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code. Oh. Alright, I admit it. Whatever you want, but for the love of God, shut that bloomin' box up! Alright. My fucking goat down in shambles? Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker's storeroom, Inspector? Oh. I did. Stop! What are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer says. When the trial resumed after the recess, we were stood here in the stand together. That's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up! Psst. You there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbroker the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector. With me at this very moment. How about a trade? I suggest you accept, or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. Couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him all the details about the case that should have put him in the clear. Peephole in the storeroom door, and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Oh. Yet you still revealed these details to facilitate the witness's perjury. I did. Then it turned out the peephole had only been made that night, after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. Okay, well, he's gonna fucking pull a gun, probably. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely, this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windabank. Oh shit, his tie is loose. You! Oh my god! Traitor! Oh my god! Yeah, that's gonna break, probably. Oh my god! Someone fucking stop him? Bailiff! Bailiff! Restrain that man! At once! Oh shit, hold on a minute. I just kind of realized what the Sakutaro voice does. What the Sakutaro voice sounds like whenever I get a little more intense. It's fucking... It's Winston Overwatch. Someone needs to do something! We have to do something! Oh my fucking god. That's what it is. Hi there. Fucking Christ. Winton Overwatch. That's it then. It's all over. The world needs witches. What do you? I mean, it's a little more grave and intense than the world needs witches. Who do you? Oh no, it's basically the fucking same. God damn it! Please tell me you saw the chip flying out of Gregson's throat when he was being chewed. I did. I thought it was a piece of the cane splintering for a second. I despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. The little money they did have was never spent on me. Oh, look at the poor, sopping wet, pathetic Meow Meow. Go to jail for... Sorry, you're not even going to jail, are you, buddy? Oh my... Yeah, oh wow, they're killing you immediately for treason, huh? It's capital punishment for you, bud. You're not even going to jail. You're going directly to hell. Do not pass go. Do not collect 200. My God. And they don't even have lethal injection yet. You're probably getting hanged or some shit. Electric chair, maybe. Wow. Oh, you poor thing. Why does he have the same hair color as... Hold on a minute. Fucking this entire trial I've been wondering who he reminds me of. This is just gender-bent Diana Cavendish. That's fucking Diana, Little Witch Academia. He has the same, like, multicolored blonde streaks and everything. Hold on. No, I'll pull it up. I'll pull it up. Hold on. Imogen new tab. All right, all right, all right, all right. There she is. It's the same picture. It's the same picture. Let me, here's. No, don't squish. Look at that. That's just Diana Cavendish. That's crazy. Anyway, time for his tragic backstory or whatever the fuck. So I set about studying to better myself, and one day escape from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. Congrats on the transition, Ashley. You are now receiving capital punishment, however. Yes, happy Pride Month. Congrats on the transition. You are going directly to hell for your crimes, though. Unfortunately, you are dead from like 7 different angles. But then you decided to try selling government secrets. Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. And now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out. More money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. One day, I met him. Knowing Ashley Graydon grew up in the slums actually does so much to recontextualize the way he's always so ostentatious and fucking despises poor people. I've met some Ashley Graydons in my life. Yeah, I would say so. Mr. Magnus McGilded.
You're a fiend with a queer talent, so you are. I've money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with my little plan now.
This fucking guy. I was to steal the Ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the Ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task.
The lure of the devil's offerings. How easy it is to succumb.
He's a surprisingly apt example of how much abject poverty can be legitimately traumatic. Still a terrible guy, but yeah. Absolutely. Very cool. Of course, McGildy would have super intelligent communications officer friend. Yeah, he's got the fucking X-Men of crime crime committers on his team. Except he doesn't have the professional baddies. So does he really even have anyone that matters? You must surely have realized the seriousness of the crimes you were committing. For that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Ooh. Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh? He was a different man to the one in my memory. Thin, frail old man. Poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. Got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made. Music box discs, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I brought the score with me. There are 2, actually. You'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch me my tools, would you? They're in the loft. That's how I had him make the 2 discs.
Thereby splitting the information in 2. You're taking considerable precautions indeed.
It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in 2 separate transactions. First involved the first of the 2 discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay me 1,000 guineas. So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago was the second part of the deal, the exchange of the second disc. Yes, I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already. It seems he became reluctant to part with his money.
That doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. For why was it on that omnibus 2 months ago? Your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded, and not yourself.
When I received the 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. My father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the discs I'd asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then that I found out what sort of a monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. Well, to exact revenge. Revenge? Yeah, I figured.
As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. Oh. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish.
Defeat had barely touched British soil back then.
I walked into that hornet's nest, completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I'd made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that. Oh, are you saying that... I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in his courtroom to ensure that he walked free. I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. Gilded's death that day was caused by this man. Everything is ready, sir. And if you'd like to follow me into the courtroom... I don't condone vigilante murder, but in this case it's based, I'm afraid. It truly is.
What's this, officer? It's sooner than I was led to believe.
I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule.
Well, I must be making tracks now. It's time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself.
So that policeman who came to tell McGilded he could examine the omnibus again. That's right. An imposter, hired by me. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. A spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. A loose end? Yes. I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded. Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. Oh. This is the first of the 2 discs, and the music box you need to play them.
Well, look at that now. An ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man.
What's this? Winterbank's pawnbrokery.
Aye, it is a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give a name, just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I've put a jewel in pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will.
I never heard of a pawnbroker being used in quite that way before.
Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault.
So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And on that night that he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now that when we first met you at Windibank's that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of McGilded's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced that it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. He was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went to Windibank's to redeem the article.
But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the one disc that was in its pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing.
Because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier.
But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government's secrets was progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGilded was involved. Inspector! You've recovered fast. My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. So we started gathering the fellow's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and second disc were still there in the shop somewhere. So I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. But you should have become an actual spy for the British government with this kind of 5D mind. Yeah, honestly. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I located the music box I'd sold to McGilded on the shelves of forfeited articles.
And the second disc was inside.
Yes. I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. Then, something entirely unexpected happened.
What are you doing in my shop?
Oh. Oh, I see. He just got shot immediately. Gunshot rang out in the shop, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm.
The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb.
Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Oh, no. Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. I'd struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. A sorry, sorry tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified. They fled. That's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Windibanks on that wretched night. You did it, yay! Confetti court! Confetti court! Get fucked, you're going to jail! No, you're not, you're actually going to hell! I mean, all of it was good until you killed a random person and then implicated an innocent person in that crime. It was pretty fine up until there.
Earlier, you called McGilded a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony. But what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded.
Trapdoor in hell immediately opens up below him, then confetti and fireworks. Yeah, a trapdoor created by the cat Trap-O-Mat. Oh, hold on, we got a message here from Boulder. Let me give it a read real quick. Did you know about the Spanish man who wanted to become a spy for the British during World War II, but they rejected him? So instead, he approached the Nazi Party, becoming a spy for them. Instead of going to the UK as ordered, he moved to Portugal and just made up fake shit to fuck with German intelligence. That's awesome. That's fucking awesome. Yes, I think I have. He knows about it too, I guess.
Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth, Uryu. Inspector Gregson,
What of Mr. Ashley Graydon?
He's been restrained, my lord. He's being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Winterbank. For stealing the government's secrets.
Very good. He deserves to die, I guess. And you, Inspector. Regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself.
Yes, my lord. Of course. He later did get hired by the British intelligence, but also he was so convincing that the Germans still awarded him the Iron Cross.
It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains, whether or not you are doing so in the line of duty. A crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable.
And now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Yeah?
It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman?
Yes, sir! Garrett Squadron standing in, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men and I are ready to deliver their verdicts.
Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
So he's just there, I guess? Why is Villain Bolshevik here? Why is he here?
That's the stuff! I'm off the hook! Finally, Runo, you finally managed to do it!
Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure we'd come out on top for a while.
Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world.
Miss Lestrade, I am not finished with you yet.
What are you looking at me like that for?
Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider, 2 months ago, in my courtroom no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Winterbank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilded's property, it seems.
I've never done nothing of the sort!
Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilded's coat in your cell yesterday or anything. We heard the 2 music discs but did not decode them, right?
Oh, and just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening.
And turning our attention to the defense. Determining that, when played together, the music box discs contained the message in Morse code was, well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, Counsel.
Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast to demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom.
Very sorry about that. It was the only way I could get Inspector Gregson to admit what he'd done, so... If I may say something on that point, isn't that...
Oh, it's, about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all.
What? What are you saying, madam?
Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole word seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact.
Goodness, madam. An unhealthy level of obsession one feels.
But I must say that, in my opinion, sounds produced by those 2 discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless series of 2 different tones.
What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after... Oh my god, did he not have any government secrets? Did he not have any government secrets that time and he was just fucking with them? Or did Mason figure it out and he just encoded a bunch of random bullshit that time?
Lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you those discs contain ministerial secrets, Sunshine? Maybe we had him on the wrong side?
This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government communications. We know McGilded conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies, secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further.
Ugh, it's really going to bother me. Assumedly, the discs were intended for opposite sides, maybe. Like, each one is definitely designed to play a tone, but if they were on the wrong side, then the tones would just be nonsense.
Miss Lestrade,
Yeah, me lord?
that which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity. An appalling experience to befall any child.
Come on, it ain't nothing I don't see in my worst days in the back slums.
I beg your pardon.
If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. Gina. But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want to change, you've got to got to change how you are yourself.
Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Windibank, proprietor of the pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade,
Not guilty! Yay! Confetti cord! Woo! We did it! Woo! Yeah! 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 Grenade launcher cord! Fireworks cord! Let's go! Why did they let her keep that?
That is all. Court is adjourned. Ryu.
Oh? Oh? I'm feeling a welling sense of pride right now. I can't say why.
On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my Far Eastern friend.
Oh!
Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman. And at the same time, saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures.
I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside.
You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom.
Oh my god? That's crazy. You did?
When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me. Toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew, and try to understand.
You mentioned something similar earlier today, about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. Professor Mikotoba, perhaps? What exactly happened?
Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not.
Okay, probably Professor Mikotoba then. Alright, then I'll wait for that day if I must. Oh no, we remind him of his ex?
Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, and my retirement from service 5 years ago. It gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow. Until we meet again.
So he was the Reaper at 25? I guess so, yeah. Get over here, you. Thank you. Face the right direction. Come on. There you are. Perfect. The Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber. It's done. It's over at last. Cute plus 32? Thank you, thank you. But... where's Iris disappeared to? Congratulations, Gina! I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent.
Well, you did what you said, Mr. Nara Otto. You believed in me. Right up to the end. You're as odd as your name.
What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I?
No, the name's odd. No one ever has before, you see. Kept a promise, I mean, properly.
It's awful.
Figured something out today. All my life, growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. But that's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down.
Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of that in the trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know, though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently, too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. When your gut tells you to do something is the right thing to do, and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson.
Oh, well, you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me, though.
I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure.
Crying out loud, pack it in! I suppose, sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright.
Thanks. Man, this would be prime shipping material if this wasn't Yaoi Central UK. Like, we're getting some good Gina X Ryu stuff. However, this is Ace Attorney. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Gina.
This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has himself.
After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma, am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Once again, just a steady reminder that the character voice that I'm imitating whenever I do Kazuma is Matt Mercer, specifically Crom. Matt Mercer is Crom. And the voice that I'm channeling unwittingly when I get more serious as Ryunosuke is Robin from Fire Emblem Awakening. And those two are additionally extremely homosexual. It works out pretty great. Pardon the interruption. Oh, hello? What the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? I knew it. Fucking knew it. That voice!
It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of this room for an eternity. Yes, it was me all along, I would have said when you finally noticed me. But you people, with your incessant babbling... Mr. Sholmes! Yes, it was me all along. You see... I'd assumed you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. Oh. I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. How very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat to you. Oh, thank you. Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe. Have I irked you in some way, Mr. Strahd? Oh, you've been having a snoozing in our soft bed. Some of us have been fighting for our lives. Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I've indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, have a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? The neck? And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Mr. Strahd. What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted? Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but... an acquittal at a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, do you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in the trial he was working on winds up dead anyway. Is that it? The very point I was trying to make. As exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. Ah, but of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. Yeah, well, it don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like him upstairs. Him upstairs? You mean, like God? Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There's some coves like that bog trotter what are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, him upstairs make sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another. Well, I ain't like the McGildeds of this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see? She did say I'm built different. Trait in which is to be admired, Mr. Strahd. Oi! Just give a rest, alright? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations. Gina. A first name, huh? Well, There you are! Hurley! How long have you been here? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Ah, Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. The pair made utter fools of themselves. What happened? As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. But these dolts didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Were you credited? I'm not sure, really. I beg your pardon? I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be more careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day. Oh, he's depressed now. I'll be careful. Ouch. Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight, but
You won't be able to come, will you?
Don't look like I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. You heard the judge's patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offences. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the bulk truck of stuff what was a lug, blah blah blah.
Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense.
But diving ain't an offence. It's a job, isn't it?
I don't think so.
Still, it has got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work.
I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Otto?
Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket. Assistant Gina, maybe? To start Ace Attorney 2?
Well, anyway, I reckon I can make a change. I'm gonna do something for all a lot of them like me in the slums. Something that makes a difference for them.
That's a wonderful idea, Ginny, and I'm sure you can do it.
Oh, wrong one.
What is it?
Nothing.
Miss Gina Lestrade. The prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once.
Right. Well, looks like I'm off then.
Yes. Goodbye, Gina. And good luck.
Otto?
Yes? This is just like Nichijou. Ah! What was that for?
I don't know, I mean, I don't know what to say, so...
Indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade.
Eh?
On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you.
Oh. Oh, yes. It's good advice, Ginny.
Right, I see. Well...
Got this, Gina. Aww.
Thanks, Otto. Thank you for everything what you done. For believing in me.
It's adorable. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Aww. Well, glad everything's all nice and wrapped up. No more political subterfuge to worry about here. Well, there she goes. Wonder if I'll ever see her again. Well, well, quite the indomitable pick puss.
Oh, I nearly forgot. I brought a paper outside. It's a special edition, and this trial is all over the front page. Pickpocket's innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful?
Should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled.
Oh no, how silly of me. Ah, but anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news?
Not again.
Well, what do you say, Bruno? Early?
As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news.
And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it?
Let's not go there.
All right then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently.
Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news?
Huge storm has left the seas very choppy. Channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover have been delayed by a day or more.
Wait, Dover?
That's right. If we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off.
Oh, that's sweet. But there won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes?
I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. I don't... The great detective does it again! Indeed he does! I happen to be aware of a number of rail transport directors' foibles. What? I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary! Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way.
What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria.
Motherfucker ordered an entire ass... Yeah, the whole ass train. He's worth it, I think. I'm sure people would like to hit him with a train, perhaps. 18th April, 5:32 a.m. Port of Dover. Wayside. It took somewhat longer than I had anticipated.
Susie's boat must be about to leave now.
Miss Susato, where are you?
Oh, there she is.
Over there! Look! Looks like she's reading something.
Oh! Whoa, 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 whoa!
Miss Susato, wait! What are you doing?
Mr. Naruhodo? What are you doing here?
We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see.
Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go?
It went well. She was acquitted.
That's wonderful. Really wonderful news.
She's dead, Susato. They hanged her just now. She's in the gallows as we speak.
The book you're about to throw into the sea, it was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it?
Oh dear. I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So, I was saying my final farewell.
You're saying goodbye to law? You? Susato-san? Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the peephole, Miss Susato?
I deliberately altered the scene of the crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun. I stole Bruno's armband.
Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. The band's very important to me.
Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flap-o-mat, so I put it up my sleeve. Really?
And then I rather forgot about it, until I found myself in Mr. Windibank's shop with it later that night. I see.
And then... Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes!
Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. Right.
After Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think that door started to play on my mind.
Storeroom door, you mean?
Yes.
So funny that the big-ass tome in Susato's sleeve was actually foreshadowing for her forgetting the cat flap-o-mat in her sleeve later. Have you played Apollo Justice by any chance? Not only have I played Apollo Justice, it's my favorite Ace Attorney game.
Yes. If Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could be behind that door. And at that moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know.
So, you used the cat flap-o-mat to make the peephole in the door.
As captioned in a photographic print of the shop. By one of Hurley's red-handed recorders.
Indeed. It was of the first importance, that point. Precisely when the peephole was made. That information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing.
But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that trial 2 months earlier.
Trial of Magnus McGilded.
I thought about how he manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel dark and sinister to me. And then, a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windibank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing.
You were worried about you were worried the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime.
That's right. But then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case.
What do you mean?
Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of the locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have had to be a way to see beyond the door.
Ah! For which a peephole would be the very thing.
Only the peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference.
The possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? Is that why she did it?
So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone, not even to the police. I know, and I knew at the time that what I was doing was wrong. A criminal offense, even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner, with no other possible means of escape. The truth about the peephole could save him. That was my plan.
She really does think of everything. Once again, even when she's off to leave the country, the goat Susato making sure that we have the trial safely in hand. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. Ah. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with a crime scene. So Mrs. Sato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake, and Miss Lestrade's.
Miss Susato! The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law.
Oh.
I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that, is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant.
What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand, using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina. Besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Miss Susato, what you did saved Gina's life.
Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you saved me too, from my regrets.
Does Susato even know who Graydon is? I don't think she does, no. Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure.
The revelation that the music box disc contains secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration.
Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was.
Oh? It wasn't?
There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see. A telegraph operator. And she said that the majority of the sounds in that disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect. After all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they be intercepted. In cipher? I see. So then we can never have hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. What? Asoki? Oh? What?
Well, that can't be a real word, can it?
Oh, hold on a minute.
Wait, Iris, what did you just say? Oh, I just said Asuki. Does that word mean something to you?
Means something? Asoki was the name of my best friend.
What? But how? How do you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing in the music box.
She transcribed it on the fly? She really is a genius.
I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whenever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense.
Is it in Japanese?
That is, in English at least. Oh,
I see.
it suddenly occurred to me, you see. There's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use it in their own languages.
What? I don't believe it. Are you saying...
That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before. But I think it's based on the Iroha pangram, is it? Isn't it?
And you mean to say that Japanese Morse code... And in Japanese Morse code, the message says Asugi.
Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code.
Iris, would you let me see that? Mr. Sato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code?
Yes, I spent some time studying it.
Deus Ex Susato strikes again, let's go, that's my fucking goat!
Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications.
And might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version? Okay, just a little colonialism in the middle of that. Thank you, Shomes, for our regularly scheduled British excellence quip.
Be that as it may, Iris, show me the passage, please. Of course.
How naive! Everyone knows stereographic photography is the future!
But what can this possibly mean?
Whatever is in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes made the color drain from Susato-san's face.
There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code. So the British Empire has been using
Japanese for its secret communications?
I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names.
4 names?
The first is Kei Asugi.
Kazuma Asugi. Why? Why was his name on that disc?
The second is A. Shin.
Shin? I don't recognize that name.
The third is T. Gregson.
Oh, okay, that's the Romanji for Gregson. Gregson? It would seem Tobias Gregson is the third man on the list. What's his name doing in a secret government communication? In secret government communications as well?
And the last name...
It's gonna be Mikotoba.
What's the matter, Miss Susato? It's just so strange. So unexpected. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. The last name is J. Wilson.
Oh, the other direction.
What?
Wilson?
John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy?
Okay. So, those are... Is that a hit list? I think? Are they gonna kill Gregson?
It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. But then, after the 4 names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message. Or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris.
Just can't believe it. Who'd ever have thought... Those discs contain Japanese Morse code. Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan.
I think Mikotoba is sus. I think Susato's dad is evil, perhaps.
So, Daddy could be in Japan then, where Susie and Bruno came from. Oh, well... No, it's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them.
Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. We can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't.
Oh, fuck, it really is Ace Attorney, goddamn. Or it really is Apollo Justice, goddamn.
So strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Windibank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder. Perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside.
Train's going, Susie.
Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon. Yes, seems so. I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan.
You're really going then, Susie?
We wish you a safe passage, Miss Susato. Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best. Miss Susato, I'd hope to have you always at my side. Guide me and support me.
Mr. Naruhodo?
Mr. Naruhodo! Please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it.
Really, Susie?
Bro, it almost sounds like you're asking her to marry her. I know! Which can't be the case. Because he has to marry a man. That's just how it works. It's Ace Attorney.
Oh, now don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill.
Maybe he's bisexual. That's true. I hadn't considered that.
I had forgotten about bisexuality.
Promise? About your manuscript. Ah,
Oh, yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles.
well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris.
He's pleading because he can't conduct a single legal defense without her case. It's true! Even when she couldn't act as his judicial assistant here, she still carried the case. He would have lost without her.
Mr. Naruhodo,
Yes?
you remember the first time we met?
Yes, of course. On the SS Budia when I was dragged out from that wardrobe, still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with your Susato takedown.
You met before that.
You know very well that I'm talking about after that.
Strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy.
Miss Susato.
And my instincts were right. I really want to believe, no, I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then.
Aww. Very, very sweet farewell. Cutscene goodbye.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least.
Even Wagahai is there!
Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey.
I think Iris's design works way better in 2D. Feels like.
Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead.
Trials and tribulations, you
Of course
say?
there will.
But I'll be
whatever
sure.
happens,
I'll be sure to seek justice for
I'll
all.
be able to turn my fortunes around. After all,
I am an ace
the
attorney.
greatest friends in the world on my side.
Susato and I will have dual destinies. Though Cosima is no longer with us, I'll be sure to carry on his spirit of justice. Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Sholmes? I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently. Huh?
It caused such a commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait at stations.
Really? We would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and how it was all your fault. Huh? Huh? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not too early, my dear fellow. According to Miss Sato.
You love defending yourself in court.
Huh? Huh? Huh?
It's all right. I'm perfectly happy to testify. You really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See?
Mr. Sholmes? Yes? A word, if you don't mind. Why, certainly. Any word you'd like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow. I know exactly what he's gonna fucking say. Do it at the end of every single fucking game.
Oh yes, I love Runo's words, and I know just the one he'll use here.
Then, I really must say... Objection! Fucking... I hope he has a stronger objection in Ace Attorney in TGAA 2. Because he's got a weak little baby boy objection right now, and he needs to grow into a big manly objection. It's got no punch to it, it's got no pizzazz. Please shout the word into your 3DS mic. Alright, hold on. Oh, this bit's not going to be worth it. 1 second. Objection! Something was so I had advertised for them for sale with used by Mr. Sholmes to solve an important case. And with the money I've earned, consulting detective oh, never mind. Wait, you've got reading to do? No, I don't. I said if we finished early.
I haven't slept a wink. This manuscript is due tomorrow now. When I'm this busy, Hurley usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement. For some dry toast and insipid coffee. I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfasts.
The Sufferer. Oh god, I'm gonna have to remember so many.
Witness, your testimony is riddled with contradictions.
Exactly! They do crack coupon coins hide under their stakes themselves. Well, I don't know, knows his father is an innocent man. Or are you calling my son a liar? Witnesses, my courtroom is no place for your petty arguments.
Oh fuck, you're gonna put me through the fucking ringer on this one, Jesus. I gotta lock in. Having delivered the Russian dancer to shore in Shanghai, I laid low on the steamship for a while. Last night, I apprehended an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board. I've done nothing wrong! All I did was give Wagahai's offspring refuge in my pocket! A man brings some kittens on board and suddenly he's a hardened criminal! It's not fair! I gotta lock in. I gotta be so fucking locked in for this.
Scientific investigation will be the gold standard for policing in the new age. I dream of a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline, like a great clock, in fact, whose hundreds of parts mesh together in perfect unison.
That sounds like fascism, bud.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I have but 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment.
Sounds like fascism, pal. Sounds a little, politically dangerous, dare I say.
Latest Rants magazine is out, and I'm in it again. Whenever I say that one line she wrote now, I get a standing ovation. Wanna hear it? Not bad, I suppose, for an amateur. Her ladyship puts me to shame.
I think it's a bit early for fascism. Maybe he's just ahead of his time. No, he's precisely on time. I do believe that's his entire bit.
Been visiting your girl on a daily basis, of course. Don't email jailbird. Let's say, battering with those bully stairs every day has done wonders for the dicky peg. Managing rather well with the housework too. Got this maid business tipped up, I say. Hope the gossiping neighbors don't realize the man of the house is his own maid.
Had to get one more fat joke in there, of course, naturally.
My Rolly is back on the beat again, all thanks to the Reaper.
There's nothing I enjoy more these days than hunting small change in the gutter. I'm a bit of Bobby now, looking for Londoners that dropped halfpennies into my lovely wife.
Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly.
Fuck, I'm getting put through the ringer here. I'm scared. I'm scared there's gonna be someone I don't remember. I'm scared.
Looks like I'm gonna be doing time for a bit now. Iris comes every day for a natter, so it ain't too boring. She's always going on about all them cases what Shones is looking into. Criminal investigations are kind of interesting when you get into them.
I can do this. This is the fucking final boss gauntlet for me. My pride is on the line here.
Yes, I renounced my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime. Regrets? Please.
Get over, bruv! That ain't the Ash we used to know!
We got time and need a plan to come back on Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, right? The Three Musket Watsits! Milking the neighborhood for all it's worth.
How is he still alive? This man is going to get executed immediately. Like, his ass is dead. Dude, he's dead. That's murder and high treason. He's dead. That's the fucking dance macabre right there. My brother is in the ground already. He just doesn't know it.
This past 6 months has been a time I shall remember forevermore. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. Come to realize that's what life is all about. Naruhodo-san, I promise. Your assistant will return to you one day. For now, I leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well.
Aww. Oh, his hair looks so much better in 2D. Oh, it looks so bad in 3D. Jesus. Oh my god. I did it. I survived. I didn't forget any of the voices. I got them all. Yes. Yes. Oh, man, I'm fucking good. Oh. I just noticed the little Monica jelly in a Labubu. You just noticed the Labubu? Oh. Oh. All right. That was the Great Ace Attorney 1. Really solid. I will say, I have 2 critiques for the Great Ace Attorney 1 thus far that I feel one of them will be addressed, I really hope, by the Great Ace Attorney 2. And the other, I hope, will be addressed in the Great Ace Attorney 2. Complaint number 1 is that the Great Ace Attorney 1, while quite exceptional in some ways, it really improves the investigation side of the game significantly. It has really strong characters and very, very superb writing. It is quite long in the trial sections. I'm not someone who loves the investigation side of things. However, most of these trials have felt like they needed a second investigation. And the way that they proceed usually makes them feel like they're going very, very long. Without, like, then they just keep saying, like, oh, it's gonna be over soon. This is the last one. This is the last one for sure. Aww. 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 That's fucking mean. That's fucking mean. Anyway, the pacing struggles in the courtroom sections a lot, I feel, which is very strange. I don't know if that's the case in previous games and I just hadn't really felt it before, but I did feel it relatively frequently in this game. That something about the pacing isn't quite right there. It feels dragged out in a lot of places, I think. So I hope that's something that improves with the second game. Additionally, this game largely felt like a prologue. Not that I didn't enjoy it, because I enjoyed it greatly, but it's very clear that almost everything in this game exists to set up larger mysteries in Great Ace Attorney 2. It does have a satisfying mystery with what's going on with McGilded that is set up and then plays out over the course of Case 3 and 5. But largely, it feels like the more interesting and exciting questions of the narrative being posed are being saved for later. And so sometimes it feels like they have to hold back a little bit because they can't quite get to the juicy bits yet. Oh, it's really fun that her entire dress and half his uniform is patchwork. That's really cute. But those are really my only 2 complaints. There are some... Oh my god, he's wearing fucking Geta? Jesus, that looks horrible. Oh my god. What an awful outfit decision. Jesus. Anyway. Just problems with pacing, specifically pacing during the trials, which is really strange. I've never felt that before during an Ace Attorney game. Usually, the trials are where I feel most engaged, and I feel like they're paced rather well. This is the first Ace Attorney game where it feels as though the trials have felt a little long, which is strange because they're usually the highlight. But I think that all the cases were really good. I think they had very compelling circumstances. They were fun to solve, not only in the moment, but trying to figure them out ahead of time was a lot of fun. I think there were only maybe like 2 or 3 times where I was truly stumped on what to do, and it was just because I had gotten a little stuck in my thinking and was already a step ahead, which usually happens in an Ace Attorney game. You get a little blinded looking at the solution when you haven't solved and shown your work yet. Let's see. Trials are very long. I enjoy them, but they're drawn out for sure. I think these games suffer heavily from reveal slop. Like, every little bit of progress on a trial can only happen in the form of a big revelation. This is my last chance. And oh, this is such a monumental insight. It's tiring. I don't know if it's just me lacking whimsy. No, I do agree with you. I think that is largely what kind of... not ruins, because I still enjoyed it, but largely what hinders the first case so much, and what I think hinders this case so much as well. It is not so much that everything hinges on a big revelation. Aww. Damn, he looks fucking sharp there. Jesus. It's not so much that everything hinges on a great revelation or some spectacular insight, but that every step of the process is framed in some way as if it is the final step. And, like, after this, everything is over, and, like, this is the one thing. There's no progression to it. It is either it's over or we're so back. There's no in between. You don't really get a sense of, like, struggling and scraping for every little bit that you can get until finally you're able to land a solid hit in this game. It really feels like you're just sort of slugging each other back and forth. If that makes sense. I feel like in other Ace Attorney games, there was a stronger progression of, like, little hit, little hit, little hit, little hit, fucking got you. And in this game, it felt like it was just fucking got you, wait, no, I don't. Fucking got you, wait, no, I don't. Fucking got you, wait, no, I don't. A lot of times it does tend to feel less like you're getting closer to the solution and more like you barely avoided the trial ending right this moment. Yeah. I heard slutting each other back and forth and I was like, you would hear that, wouldn't you, Errol? You would. Either way, I greatly enjoyed streaming this. This was a spectacular experience. A great experience, you might say. And I thoroughly enjoyed this. Not just playing through it, but streaming it as well. I don't know if you can tell. This voice acting thing, it's pretty fun for me. I enjoy it quite a lot. It's really fun to do voices and to get into it and try and do the line read correctly and to try and pace it out and act it out. It's a lot of fun. I don't know if you can tell, I quite enjoy it. And the Great Ace Attorney gives me a lot of very bombastic characters to bounce off of and to rapidly switch between. So, I really enjoyed that. Very happy you enjoyed it. If you liked it, I'm very much excited for your experience with the second. As am I! It's going to be a bit of a gap between now and the start of the Great Ace Attorney 2 for me. I can tell you that much. At the very least, I'm going to wait until Joe finishes the game. Because I think that streaming the same game at the same time is just kind of harmful for both of us. You're a fabulous voice actor, Jelly. I think my favorite voice was Van Zeke's. Thank you. Thank you. All credit goes to Liam O'Brien for that performance. With perhaps just a dash of Patrick Seats mixed in. Just gotta, you know, somewhere between the grimoire and you know, good old Astaroth. Power is everything. You know. Thank you, Liam O'Brien and Patrick, as always. Thank you, Matthew Mercer, for his stunning performance as Kazuma Asugi. Thank you. And thank you to Sam Riegel for no particular reason. Because he's not in this one. He might be. I just don't know off the cuff if I'm doing a Sam Riegel impression there. Is Sam Riegel Meekin / Raleigh? I don't think so, no. Don't forget to thank Clive. You're right. Thank you, Clive. Thank you, Jill. Thank you, Torgal. Thank you, Ben Starr. A man on whom I have, by all legal terminology, worked on a project with. That's right. You're talking to a real A-lister here, all right? I have collaborated with Ben Starr on a project. That's a crazy technicality, isn't it? That's fucking insane, dude! That's a crazy thing that I get to say I did. Didn't interact with the man, but I was in the same show as him. That's fucking insane. When you play Clive on Tekken 8, you can say you worked on Jed Seawood. That's true. I know that guy. Not personally, but like through work. That's crazy. That's a crazy thing to be able to say. Holy shit. Oh no. You gotta understand, every once in a while, I think you just need perspective on your life to understand that, like, you have done some incredible things, even if you don't realize it. Even if, like, by technicality you have done them, you have probably done some truly astounding things in your life, and just not reckoned with them because you did them, so it must just be a normal thing. Like, it just happens every once in a while. You just gotta come to terms with it. Really. Damn. Well, now I have to learn Clive. Not only so that I can, you know, say that stupid bullshit line, but also just because, I don't know if you know this about me. When I play video games and there are voice lines, I like to repeat them quite a lot. You may have noticed almost every single time that Van Zeek said objection, I echoed with my own objection, right? Echololly is a crazy thing, and I gotta say, Clive in Tekken 8, he triggers that really, really bad, because he's got a lot of really distinct fun voice lines, and Ben Starr has a very fun voice to imitate. Of course, highest on that list, however, is my beloved Whirly Hurly, or Hurly Whirly, whatever the fuck it's called. The dog vomit sweep, the He does that in another move as well. It's very funny. But he's a really fun character to imitate. Pub started picking him up, and that's been the most fun part about it for me. Oh, alright. But yeah. That is going to be all from me this week. I will be back next week, one day. There's a stream that I'm going to be on that is not my own. I'm going to be taking the week off. I'm giving myself a full week off. So I will probably not be back until the week of the 15th. So I'm taking a week off so that I can work on my overlay and my break screens, and generally just to give myself a break, because I have been streaming a lot recently. So, you know, we gotta take a break every once in a while. This was a delight. Is there anyone in the community that we can raid? Looks like Allison is live as per usual. Thank you very much for watching, everyone. Thank you for being here. Thank you for all your fun comments and all your help and hints, especially you, Errol. This was a treat stream. A la Cinderella. Like I said, I had a fantastic time with this. Doing the voice acting is a lot of fun, and I feel like I was very in tune with the puzzle solving of this, so I didn't get stumped too frequently. So, very nice, smooth experience. Until next time, this has been the Great Ace Attorney. Have a good one, folks. See ya!